it is a well-known example. What means when you utter water? That can be, you are thirsty, but that can be also a wish, that can be also an order and something else. What will take the robot? What action will take the robot? It's not easy to decide. And this theory can help us to implement these ideas in artificial intelligence responses of robotics and every other system which communicates with the people. So as an electrical engineer, but also as a rector and a former dean of the Faculty of Humanities, Social Sciences, it can be connected. Ludwig Wittgenstein connected his technical mind with a great philosophy. And of course, we have heard, did you know that he was playing, I don't know, clarinet. Of course, music and physics and mathematics have the same place in the brain. So it is not uncommon. I would not say that I'm Wittgenstein, but I connected my electrical engineering with processing of Croatian language. And this is also something we can connect with artificial intelligence. So from my point of view, my background, educational background, I would like that you reveal some aspects of that part, but of course, other parts of Wittgenstein, including his Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus and others, can be also, this symposium can also give new sights on that, on his philosophy. And I wish you from all, not only here who are present here at the Faculty of Humanities, Faculty of Philosophy and Religious Studies, here in this aula, and of course all who are all around the world, good work, and for you others here, pleasant stay in Zagreb and a successful symposium. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Magnifice, for your welcoming speech. You already touched some interesting topics that we are going to discuss on this symposium. But now, let me invite the head of the organizing committee and vice dean of the Faculty of Philosophy and Religious Studies, Assistant Professor Ines Skelac, to join me at stage and say a few words.
Thank you very much, Maya. Good morning, dear colleagues. Firstly, I would like to thank our rector, Professor Boras, for his welcoming speech and for being here with us. It is my great pleasure to welcome all of you, either online or in person, to the International Ludwig Wittgenstein Symposium. When we started to prepare this symposium, we thought it would be great if there will be 25 or 30 participants. So I'm very happy to have 60 participants with a lot of different topics. I would like to thank our colleagues from the organizing committee, as well as my colleagues from the Faculty of Philosophy and Religious Studies for the help with organization of this event. I hope that you will enjoy today and tomorrow in talks and discussions, and that this symposium will be an opportunity for connecting with other researchers. Thank you very much for your participation.
Thank you very much, Ines. Now, before we start, I would like to say that the conference program is on a very tight schedule, as there are 60 speakers. So please forgive me if I will be a little bit strict. It is essential to stick to time. That includes our coffee breaks and lunch breaks as well. I would like to ask all participants to carefully pay attention to the time of their speeches. And also, dear audience, please be sure that you muted your cell phones because we are beginning with the presentations. Let me introduce our keynote speaker, Assistant Professor Andrej Andrić. Andrej Andrić is an assistant professor at the Department of Philosophy, Faculty of Philosophy, University of Belgrade, where he teaches Wittgenstein and early analytic philosophy. His fields of interest also include philosophy of language and metaphysics. He has published articles in national and international collections and journals, among which are Philosophical Studies and Erkenntnis. Currently, he is working on a book on Wittgenstein and rule following. I would like to invite the keynote speaker, Andrej Andrić, to please come on stage.
Well, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this symposium, especially Professor Ines Kellerts, for inviting me to give this talk here. And my talk will be about an older problem of rule following and meaning skepticism, but one which I believe to be the central for understanding Wittgenstein's later philosophy. The title of my talk is Rule Following and Realism. I think we can start with the presentation.
I'm sorry, just a second, that we solve technical problems.
That's the thing with technology, right? It just doesn't work sometimes. It will just take a few seconds.
The skeptical paradox, which Saul Kripke famously found in some paragraphs of Philosophical Investigations and Remarks on the Foundations of Mathematics, has shifted the focus of Wittgenstein scholars from the argument against the possibility of a private language, which received most of their attention before the publication of Kripke's Wittgenstein on Rules and Private Language in 1982, to immediately preceding paragraphs that contain the so-called rule-following considerations. These paragraphs inspired Kripke to formulate, as he says, the most radical skeptical paradox in the whole history of philosophy, which threatens the very possibility of meaning. Unwilling to present the paradox as his own view on the matter, but also reluctant to straightforwardly ascribe it to Wittgenstein, who often tried to show that skeptical arguments were untenable and meaningless, Kripke designated as its author Wittgenstein as he struck Kripke, a fictional persona that later became known as Kripkenstein. The vast and not easily surveyable academic production that consequently ensued can be roughly divided into two categories. Articles and studies dedicated to investigating the accuracy of Kripke's interpretation, i.e. to assessing to what extent Kripkenstein resembles the historical Wittgenstein, and those concerned with the Kripke-Wittgenstein paradox itself and the possibilities of solving it. Partly inspired by Kripke's reading of the rule-following considerations, Crispin Wright and John McDowell offered opposing interpretations of it. According to Wright, Wittgenstein in these paragraphs offered a crucial argument in favor of anti-realism with regard to meaning, while in McDowell's view, it is exactly the semantic anti-realism which he wished to refute by giving a transcendental argument for semantic realism. I will here argue that both Wittgenstein as he struck Wright and Wittgenstein as he struck McDowell differ from Wittgenstein, and that the rule following considerations are best understood as an argument against the implicit assumption shared by both these philosophers, Dammett's characterization of distinction between realism and anti-realism. Just a second. Radicalness of the skeptical paradox, which Kripke found in Wittgenstein's considerations of the connection between meaning something by a linguistic expression and following a rule for its use, in Kripke's view, stems from the fact that Wittgenstein invented a new form of skepticism, the metaphysical skepticism, which is profoundly different from the epistemic skepticism to be found in Descartes, and actually in the whole philosophical tradition up to Wittgenstein. The earlier skeptical arguments aim to show that due to our cognitive limitations, we cannot know facts of a certain kind. Contrary to this, the skeptical voice which Kripke identified in philosophical investigations strives to show that there are no facts as to what anyone means by any linguistic expression. Nothing in reality makes semantic sentences, that is, sentences about the meaning of linguistic expressions, true or false. They have neither truth makers nor false makers. Consequently, the meaning of semantic sentences cannot be determined by giving their truth conditions, since it is exactly these conditions that semantic sentences lack. If they had truth conditions, facts about their satisfaction or non-satisfaction would be the sought-after aspects of reality that would make these sentences true or false. The skeptical argument thus disproves semantic realism, a thesis that the meaning of a semantic sentences consists in their truth conditions. Kripke's skeptic, however, intends to deny, based on the skeptical argument, that linguistic expressions have any meaning whatsoever. If the sentences claiming that linguistic expressions have particular meanings do not correspond to any facts and are not truth-apt, then it is certainly not true that any linguistic expression has a specific meaning, and therefore, so concludes the skeptic, there are no meanings. Skeptical solution, which Kripke presented in the second part of his book, mainly consists in denying that we can pass from the refutation of semantic realism as contained in the skeptical argument to dissolution of meaning in total. Unlike many attempts at answering the skeptical problem directly by establishing that our semantic discourse is fact-oriented, the skeptical solution admits that the skeptical argument is a valid argument against semantic realism, but denies that successful assignment of meaning requires semantic realism. Wittgenstein's discussion of rule following should thus have a therapeutic effect. It does not threaten the possibility of meaning, but only a certain misconception about how expressions acquire their meanings, that is, semantic realism, which presents our linguistic practice in a simplified and distorted way. Kripke thereby does not question that the meanings of some sentences consist in their truth conditions. He questions only that that is the case with semantic sentences. To conclude from the fact that some sentences have truth conditions that they all do would be another case of an unjustified generalization Wittgenstein constantly warned us against. Why? Why aren't there any facts about what anyone means by some expression or other? Kripke comes to this conclusion by going through a list of various kinds of facts, which might seem as potential truth makers of semantic sentences. To cite the inevitable example, let us assume that a person performed addition on numbers not greater than 57. If asked about the sum of 68 and 57, the correct answer the person should give is 125. Kripke points out that the answer is correct both arithmetically and metalinguistically, namely, the result of adding these numbers really is 125. And if the speaker wishes to remain faithful to the rule she was following earlier, the rule which interprets the sign plus as standing for addition, she should say 125. The skeptic doubts that there are any facts in virtue of which it can be claimed that what the speaker meant by plus is addition and not some other arithmetic operation which coincides with addition for pairs of numbers smaller than 57, but diverges from it for other pairs. It seems that all the facts are concordant with the hypothesis that the speaker followed the rule for quaddition, where quam of two numbers is equal to their sum if none of them is greater than 57 and equals 5 in the remaining cases. The facts about the speaker's behavior are ex hypothesi not sufficient to justify the claim that she meant addition. Neither are facts about the speaker's mental states or processes, as Wittgenstein persuasively showed in paragraphs immediately preceding those on rule following. Probably the greatest novelty in the skeptical argument is the claim that the facts about the speaker's dispositions do not suffice either to reconstruct the meaning the speaker assigned to plus. Against dispositional analysis of meaning, Kripke made two objections. The first is that our dispositions are finite, while the meaning of plus determines the value of sums for infinitely many pairs of numbers. The other is the objection from normativity of meaning. All that follows from a speaker having a certain disposition is how she would behave should some circumstances arise. And from the meaning of plus, it follows how she should behave if she wishes to apply the sign in accordance with the rule for its use. Kripke's criticism of dispositional account of meaning had great impact. The argument from normativity is still one of the most difficult problems for any naturalist reconstruction of linguistic content. In most attempts at direct solution of the skeptical paradox, some version of dispositionalism is defended, either by attempting to provide a naturalist account of meaning normativity or by denying that meaning is normative at all. The metaphysical character of skeptical argument consists in the fact that Kripke's skeptic idealizes cognitive capacities of his interlocutor and allows her, for the sake of argumentation, an access to facts she would not normally aspire to know, such as the facts about the speaker's complete mental history or her dispositions. Since no kind of facts justifies the claim that the speaker meant addition by plus and not some other operation, and since the same reasoning can be easily repeated with any speaker and any sign, it follows that no one means anything by any linguistic expression, or put more simply, that there is no meaning. If in the skeptical solution, which Kripke offers immediately after the paradox, he concedes to everything but the skeptic's final conclusion. There are no facts as to what anyone means by any expression, but that does not mean, so claims Kripke, that there is no meaning, but only that sentences about meanings are not in the fact-stating business and lack truth conditions. The way out of the paradox is to accept semantic anti-realism. The meaning of semantic sentences is determined via their assertability conditions. In Kripke's view, Wittgenstein was a semantic realist in the Tractatus, but in his later phase, in which he discussed rule following, he turned into a semantic anti-realist. When we say this person means addition by plus, we do not claim anything true or false, but are proposing to accept the person into the community of heirs because she performed addition successfully on enough occasions, because she does not make mistakes in calculating sums of small numbers. And when she does make a mistake and is warned about it, she is ready to correct herself, etc. The speaker can go wrong in applying the rule for addition on a novel occasion, and her result may diverge from the one obtained by the rest of the community. Wittgenstein's argument against private language becomes, in Kripke's interpretation, a direct consequence of his rule-following considerations. An isolated individual cannot assign meanings to linguistic expressions, since she cannot make the difference between what is correct and what merely seems correct to her. She cannot compare her use of the sign with that of others. In his formulation of the skeptical solution, Kripke appealed to the way Michael Dummett characterized the distinction between realism and anti-realism. In Dammit's view, someone is a realist in a specific field or with regard to a certain issue if she believes that the meaning of sentences of the discourse in that field or about that issue is determined by their truth conditions. On the other hand, the anti-realist thinks that the meaning of sentences in question is captured by their assertability conditions. Truth conditions, as opposed to assertability conditions, are envisaged as completely independent from any evidence we might in principle have, either for or against them. Here is the citation from Dammit. As Dammit put it, realism I characterize as the belief that statements of the disputed class possess an objective truth value, independently of our means of knowing it. They are true or false in virtue of a reality existing independently of us. The anti-realist opposes to this view that statements of the disputed class are to be understood only by reference to the sort of thing which we count as evidence for a statement of that class. That is, the realist holds that the meanings of statements of the disputed class are not directly tied to the kind of evidence for them that we can have, but consist in the manner of their determination as true or false by states of affairs whose existence is not dependent of our possession of evidence for them. The anti-realist insists, on the contrary, that the meanings of these statements are tied directly to what we count as evidence for them, in such a way that the statement of the disputed class, if true at all, can be true only in virtue of something of which we could know and which we should count as evidence for its truth. It is exactly under the influence of the later Wittgenstein that Dammit himself rejected Fregean realism and accepted anti-realism. Against realism, he formulated two well-known arguments or challenges, the acquisition and the manifestation challenge. According to the acquisition challenge, a problem for realists is to explain how we acquire the knowledge of meaning of a sentence if it consists in the sentence's truth conditions, which potentially transcend any evidence that we might have. Since in the process of mastering the use of the sentence, we learn under which conditions, i.e. in the presence of which evidence we should accept the sentence and under which conditions we should reject it. According to the manifestation challenge, even if the realist succeeded in explaining how we acquire knowledge of a sentence's truth conditions, which are assumed to be completely independent of any evidence that we might have, they would still face a problem to show how we can display such a knowledge, since we can employ the sentence only in conditions which we can recognize and have evidence of their obtaining. The manifestation challenge is somewhat similar to Kripke's skeptical argument. The skeptic asks, in virtue of what we can claim that the speaker associated the sign plus with the addition rule and not some other rule, when all of the behavior they might manifest is consistent with the hypothesis that the speaker is following some other rule. The important difference between them is that Kripke's skeptic does not limit herself to an outward behavior, but radicalizes her argument with additional claim that bringing in mental states, processes, or dispositions is not helpful either. Following Dammit, Crispin Wright defended anti-realism in specific domains. John McDowell, on the other hand, purported to show that the realist can meet the acquisition challenge, at least when it comes to sentences about distant past or about other minds. However, the dispute between these two philosophers about the ability of realism fully developed only after the publication of Kripke's work on Wittgenstein. Wright wrote one of the first reviews of Kripke's book. Although he himself published a similar interpretation of Wittgenstein's rule following consideration 2 years before Kripke, Wright's review of Kripke's interpretation was mostly critical. In it, he claimed that the dialectics of the skeptical argument is incoherent and that the skeptical solution has unacceptable consequences. That is, Wright argued that semantic anti-realism inflates into global anti-realism, i.e., if semantic sentences have no truth conditions, but only assertability conditions instead, then no sentence has truth conditions and the language loses its descriptive function and becomes entirely projective. This result is in tension with Kripke's skeptic's intentions. She wants to present the semantic sentence's lack of truth conditions as an authentic discovery to be arrived at only by means of the skeptical argument. Paul Boghossian went a step further. In his view, skeptical solution not only has global anti-realism as its undesirable consequence, but is contradictory, since it requires that truth be assigned two different meanings. Boghossian's addition to Wright's ideas was persuasively criticized by Jackson, Opie, Smith, and Hale. Beside that, Wright in his later writings gave up the thesis that semantic anti-realism implies anti-realism all over the board. Just like Dummett, Wright found in Wittgenstein's discussion of rule following a powerful argument for anti-realism. In his opinion, sentences about meanings of linguistic expressions can have truth value, but they cannot have an objective truth value. That is, Wright thinks that the rule following considerations are directed against what he calls contractual model of meaning, which is in his view implicit in realism. According to this model, to assign a certain expression meaning consists in associating the expression with an independent pattern of application, which serves as a standard of correctness. To understand an expression's meaning is to distinguish between those of its applications which conform to the standard from those which do not. Our assessments of correctness do not affect whether any particular use of the expression is correct or not. That is determined in advance by the associated pattern. Wittgenstein's metaphor of rails stretching to infinity seems to well capture such a conception of meaning. Since an isolated individual cannot distinguish between what the associated pattern dictates and what only seem to her as being dictated, she cannot assign meaning to any expression in language. Unlike Kripke's skeptical argument, which renders Wittgenstein's celebrated private language argument only as a corollary of a more general argument for semantic anti-realism, for Wright, the argument against the possibility of a private language is an important middle step in refuting the contractual model of meaning. It is only by comparing her own attempts at tracking the demands of an independent pattern to attempts of other members of her linguistic community that an individual can distinguish between correct and incorrect application. A consequence of this, however, is that no independent standards of correctness are applicable to the community in whole. The truth values of the claims about meaning depend upon their assessment by the linguistic community. Only those claims which the community ratifies are true. Wright writes, the dilemma we confront as a community is thus essentially that of the private linguist. Faced with the impossibility of establishing any technique of comparison between our judgment and the putative objective fact, we must construe the fact either as something we cannot know, or the classic choice for the private linguist as something which we cannot but know. Wittgenstein's response is to urge that both courses are equally disreputable, and that we should therefore abandon the conception which leads to the dilemma. If we do so, we shall reject the idea that in the senses requisite for investigation independence, the community goes right or wrong in accepting a particular verdict on a decidable question. Rather, it just goes. In deriving the conclusion that the truth of semantic sentences depends on what members of the community consider true, Wright appealed to an anti-realist premise, which is a special case of Dummett's manifestation challenge. If we assume that the antecedently guaranteed correctness of the communal application is not determined by what the community thinks is correct application, but instead is a result of community's successful attempt to conform to an independent pattern of use, then this trying to keep in line with the pattern should manifest itself in some kind of behavior. As this is not the case, we should draw the conclusion that the communal consensus about the application of a rule in a particular case determines what is correct application and what is not. Rules for use of linguistic expressions, in Wright's view, are not given in advance, but are being constituted as we go along in the very process of applying these rules. For John McDowell, Wright's conclusion is totally unacceptable. He believes that the objectivity of meaning is an essential part of our common understanding of meaning. This objectivity transcends the mere intersubjectivity. As McDowell writes, here is the citation, if Wittgenstein's conclusion, as Wright interprets it, is allowed to stand, the most striking casualty is a familiar intuitive notion of objectivity. The idea at risk is the idea of things being thus and so anyway, whether or not we choose to investigate the matter in question and whatever the outcome of any such investigations. That idea requires the conception of how things could correctly be said to be anyway, whatever, if anything, we in fact go on to say about the matter. And this notion of correctness can only be the notion of how the pattern of application that we grasp when we come to understand the concept in question extends independently of the actual outcome of any investigation to the relevant case. The rule following considerations are, in McDowell's view, not a reduction of the contractual model of meaning, since without such a model there is no meaning, but a reduction of Wright's anti-realist premise on which he rests his conclusion. Wittgenstein, in paragraphs dedicated to rule following, precisely wanted to show that anti-realist assumptions about meaning have as their consequence the abolishing of its objectivity, and hence the destruction of meaning itself. Since it is undeniable that our language has meaning, Wittgenstein, therefore, in his discussion of rules, produced a transcendental argument to rehabilitate realism. Wittgenstein was realist in the Dametian sense in the Tractatus. In this period, he believed that the only meaning a sentence can have is its Sinn, or sense, which, just as in Frege, reduces to its truth conditions. When he started to have regular discussions with Moritz Schlick in 1920s, very soon he abandoned such conception of a sentence meaning. During one of their earliest meetings, to be quite precise, on the 22nd of December in 1929, Wittgenstein for the first time formulated the principle of verification, according to which the meaning of a sentence is the method of its verification. The conditions under which a sentence can be verified are its assertability conditions. So during this short period in which he had contact with the members of the Vienna Circle, Wittgenstein was an anti-realist in the sense of Damet. It is rather interesting which consequences of the application of the principle of verification he considered as most important. Not only did the principle of verification provide him with a clear demarcation of scientific sentences as imbued with sense, from metaphysical sentences as pieces of nonsense, but appealing to the principle of verification enabled him to claim that if a sentence is differently verified in various contexts of its use, then in those contexts, the sentence has been ascribed different meanings and vice versa. If two sentences, such that one of them contains terms which seemingly refer to objects of a certain kind, while the other does not, are verified in the same way, then they must express a common claim, and they must describe the same chunk of reality. In this period, Wittgenstein understood verification as a conclusive verification only. He believed that the sentences which cannot be conclusively verified do not express any propositions, but are merely schemes for passing from one completely verifiable statement to another. He called them hypotheses and thought that they lacked truth value. Hypotheses included universal generalizations in science, sentences about mental states of other people, as well as sentences about ordinary material objects, since they are not conclusively verifiable, as opposed to sentences about immediate sense data. In the beginning of 1930s, exactly at the time when he became preoccupied with the rule following, Wittgenstein gradually abandoned his former views. In Haeckel's opinion, this change was brought about by two reasons. The first consists in the fact that if the conclusively verifiable sentences only possessed sense, most of the sentences of ordinary language, as employed in everyday contexts, would become meaningless, since they purport to express claims not about sense data, but about external objects. The other reason is that with time, Wittgenstein came to doubt as to whether the sentences about immediate impressions, which are ex hypothesi directly verifiable, have a descriptive function at all. He started to believe that they were more akin to sincere outcries or exclamations. Hence, Wittgenstein began to weaken his conditions for a sentence to have sense, and started to allow that conditions of inconclusive or incomplete verification can also determine sense of a sentence. In his lectures in Cambridge in 1932-33, he introduced the distinction between criteria and symptoms. This distinction can be found later in the blue and brown books, Lectures on the Foundations of Mathematics and Remarks on the Foundations of Mathematics. Here is how he described the distinction in the blue book. Let us introduce two antithetical terms in order to avoid certain elementary confusions. To the question, how do you know that so and so is the case? We sometimes answer by giving criteria and sometimes by giving symptoms. If medical science calls angina and inflammation caused by a particular bacillus, and we ask in a particular case, why do you say this man has got angina? Then the answer, I have found the bacillus so-and-so in his blood, gives us the criterion, or what we may call the defining criterion of angina. If on the other hand, the answer was his throat is inflamed, this might give us a symptom of angina. I call symptom a phenomenon of which experience has taught us that it coincided in some way or other with the phenomenon which is our defining criterion. Then to say a man has angina if this bacillus is found in him is a tautology, or it is a loose way of stating the definition of angina. But to say a man has angina whenever he has an inflamed throat is to make a hypothesis. Both criteria and symptoms often provide only inconclusive justification for a claim. This practically means that the justification provided by criteria or by symptoms is refutable. If criteria or symptoms of a certain sentence are satisfied, which makes claiming that sentence justified, extending the evidential base can lead to retraction of the initial claim, just as its further enlargement may result in rejecting the previous retraction and establishing the claim once again. Both criteria and symptoms are typically multiple. Conditions under which a sentence can be justifiably claimed in one circumstance can be quite different from those under which it is justifiably assertable in another. However, these two types of conditions for justifiably asserting a sentence differ in their modal status. Criteria provide necessarily good justification for claiming the sentence, while symptoms only contingently good justification. The connection between a sentence and criteria of its use is grammatical. Criteria determine meanings of inconclusively verifiable sentences. They are cited in explaining the meaning in the process of teaching a novice. Symptoms, on the other hand, are empirically discovered. They provide inductive corroboration and are identifiable independently of what is claimed by the sentence. Only criteria are part of a sentence's meaning. Symptoms are not. Criteria for universal empirical generalizations are sufficiently many confirming instances for a given context and the lack of counterexamples. Criteria for mathematical claims, on the other hand, are their proofs. Criteria for propositions about other people's mental states are the appropriate propositions about their behavior. Medical processes which are found to accompany these mental states are their symptoms. Symptoms can be often determined in a more precise manner and are usually easier to quantify over. This is why it often happens, especially in the context of science, that symptoms be declared for criteria and former criteria relegated to symptoms. This process, Wittgenstein calls the hardening of an empirical truth into a rule. A change in meaning is thereby always produced, since any change in a sentence's criteria alters its meaning. By introducing the distinction between criteria and symptoms, Wittgenstein tried to build a semantics that would be a middle way between the realist and the anti-realist semantics. Truth conditions seem too strong for determining meaning of an undecidable empirical proposition, while assertability conditions seem too weak. A sentence's meaning is, according to Wittgenstein's view in 1930s, determined not just by any of its assertability conditions, but by its criteria only, i.e., only by those conditions that the satisfaction of which makes asserting of the sentence necessarily justified. When we are learning the meaning of a sentence, we are learning to distinguish between conditions which, if satisfied, provide necessarily good evidence for asserting the sentence, from those whose satisfaction equips us only with contingently good evidence. This distinction becomes prominent in Wittgenstein's philosophy in the period in which he focused on rule following. Although the distinction received much attention in the pre-Kripkean era, it is only rarely mentioned in the works on rule following and almost completely neglected. I would like to argue that the distinction between criteria and symptoms is directly connected to the rule-following paradox, that it presents a required conceptual tool for answering the meaning skepticism, as well as for securing the objectivity of meaning, and that both the realist and the anti-realist interpretation of Wittgenstein's rule-following considerations run into difficulties because none of them provides a framework in which this distinction can be adequately drawn, and that for this reason, both of these interpretations are exegetically inappropriate. So the problem for both realist and anti-realist interpretation of Wittgenstein's rule following considerations is that none of them provides a framework for adequately making the distinction between criteria and symptoms, the distinction to which Wittgenstein in that period of his philosophical activity attached great weight. This conceptual distinction has two important functions in Wittgenstein's approach to meaning. First, its application should block the skeptical arguments like the one described by Kripke, which aim to show that claims that some speaker assigned a particular meaning to a certain sentence cannot be justified. And second, its application should also provide for objectivity of meaning in the sense of McDowell. That is, it should make the correctness of a particular application of an expression independent of the speaker's or even the community's judgment about its correctness. The first function of the criterial semantics should make it better and more desirable than the realist semantics, in which the meaning of a sentence is determined by its truth conditions. The second function should make it advantageous over anti-realist semantics, in which the meaning of a sentence is determined by its assertability conditions. The failure to adequately make the distinction between criteria and symptoms is precisely what makes realism vulnerable to skeptical challenges, and anti-realism liable to accusations of destroying the meaning's objectivity. Let us consider this in more detail. Criteria of use of a certain sentence, in contrast to its symptoms, determine the sentence's meaning. Hence, there is a necessary connection between the meaning of a sentence and its criteria. In other words, if the criteria are satisfied, then it necessarily follows that the conditions contained in the sentence's meaning, that is M of S, are also satisfied. Criteria C of S provide necessarily good evidence for application of a certain sentence S. On the other hand, symptoms S of S specify only contingently good evidence for stating S, the sentence S. It is only contingently so that if the symptoms of S obtain, the conditions which make up S's meaning also obtain. So we have these two claims C and S. In the realist approach to meaning, the conditions which comprise the meaning of the sentence S are its truth conditions. Thus, we arrive at the realist versions of claims C and S, CR and SR respectively. CR, it necessarily holds that if criteria of S are met, S is true. And SR, it contingently holds that if symptoms of S are met, S is true. What characterizes the realist account of meaning is that even undecidable sentences have truth value and eo ipso truth conditions. Therefore, the truth conditions attributed to sentences potentially transcend any evidence available to us. The satisfaction of these conditions is entirely independent of our possibility to detect it, even in principle. In view of that, the sentences that belong to one of the disputed classes of sentences, those about events in the distant past, about contents of other minds, about dispositions, undecidable mathematical claims, unrestricted universal generalizations, and semantic sentences, are true or false, regardless of whether we have any evidence for or against them, and if we do, or what kind of evidence it is. Precisely because the truth conditions of sentences from any of the mentioned classes are not reducible to evidence of any kind that we might have for them, it is not possible to adequately distinguish between their criteria and their symptoms. Since no evidence that we may have entails the satisfaction of their truth conditions, these sentences have no criteria. The distinction between criteria and symptoms collapses under the realist construal of their meaning, since the connection between what is claimed with these sentences and any potential evidence is always at best contingent. All good justifications for use of such sentences are merely their symptoms. The lack of criteria in the realist account of meaning is exactly what allows for formulating skeptical objections. In the skeptical paradox as given by Kripke, the skeptic invites his interlocutor to justify the claim that any speaker assigned a particular meaning to a certain sign. Since the realist understanding of sentential meaning is tacitly presupposed, the skeptic expects to be provided with facts that would make the claim that, let's say, someone understands addition by plus true. The claim about the speaker's meaning something by plus has infinitely many consequences. Some of them state how the speaker will apply the sign plus on future occasions if they stay faithful to the rule they followed before. Some counterfactually state how they would have behaved if they had been asked about values of specific sums and had followed the rule for addition, etc. The evidence we might have for supporting a certain semantic claim is inevitably finite. Thus, the truth conditions of a semantic sentence transcend any evidence we might give as its justification. This means that all the evidence is merely a symptom of the semantic sentence. Skeptic regards all the facts that might be invoked in trying to justify the claim that someone means addition by plus and not something else, that she gave the correct answers to questions about sum so far, that she were inclined to make corrections when being called attention to her mistakes in adding big numbers, that she says that she knows how to add, etc., merely as accidental coincidences between the speaker's behavior and her meaning addition by plus. The connection between any possible evidence, all the facts the skeptic's interlocutor might appeal to, and semantic claim is contingent. In the skeptical argument, the claim that someone means addition by plus is treated merely as a hypothesis which explains the available evidence and nothing more. Since skeptic can always come up with competing hypotheses, which also accords hypotheses which also accord to all of the evidence, the skeptic thus challenges the justifiability of the semantic claim under consideration. Skeptic is, in a critical way, appealing to there being no necessarily good justification for semantic sentences, which is the consequence of adopting the realist account of meaning. Once the realist and the understanding of meaning is discarded and substituted with the criterial semantics as Wittgenstein wanted, the meaning of semantic sentences is no longer determined with their truth conditions, but with criteria of their use. That the speaker correctly added up to now, that she was willing to make corrections when mistakes were pointed out to her, etc., necessarily justifies the claim that by plus she means addition. In the new approach to meaning, this justification does not depend on what the world is like and what facts it contains, but it is part of the very meaning of the sign plus. It represents the criterion for its use. It is what the person who learns its meaning is being taught. Since this justification is necessarily good justification, it cannot be brought into question by further skeptical maneuvers. Appealing to the rule for the use of plus thus becomes the ultimate justification for the given claim about meaning. In order for a skeptic to be able to doubt the adequacy and successfulness of such a justification of a semantic statement, he would have to treat the mentioned evidence merely as a symptom, for he would have to argue that it is possible for the speaker to use the sign in accordance with all the evidence without being justified in claiming that the speaker means addition by plus. Skeptic would thus have to consider the criterion of the sentence, this person means addition by plus, as its symptom, to be able to raise the skeptical issue. However, one of the central ideas of Wittgenstein's criterial semantics is that switching criteria for symptoms, as well as the other way around, produces a change in meaning. The change in modal status of the justification for a sentence necessarily leads to changing the sentence's meaning. Skeptic would thus, in the course of the dialectic of the skeptical argument, in questioning the justification for a semantic claim, inadvertently assign different meaning to it than her interlocutor. So the skeptic would not be able to express her doubt in what her interlocutor claims, but only a doubt in justifiability of some other claim. Hence, the skeptical argument would be blocked if we switch to criterial semantics. On the other hand, in anti-realist approach to meaning, conditions contained in the sentence's meaning are its assertibility conditions. Thus, we get the anti-realist versions of C and S, CA and SA respectively. CA says that it necessarily holds that if criteria of S are met, S is assertible, and SA holds that says that it contingently holds that if symptoms of S are met, S is assertible. In the anti-realist semantics, the difference between criteria and symptoms collapses again, only in a different way than in the realist semantics. If all the conditions under which a sentence can be justifiably claimed belong to its meaning, then the sentence has no symptoms, but only criteria. To illustrate this, let us suppose that we empirically discover that a successful application of a certain sentence is correlated with some phenomenon. Without the anti-realist assumption that the meaning of a sentence reduces to the conditions of its justified assertion, we would regard this phenomenon which accompany uttering of the sentence as its symptom. This phenomenon provides justification for asserting the sentence. If this were questioned, most of the justification in science would cease to be justifications. Appearance of a phenomenon which is empirically discovered to accompany some other phenomenon justifies the claim that the other phenomenon will also appear. Thus, if the conditions that we have empirically established to be connected with the application of a sentence S obtain, this is a justification for endorsing S, and it necessarily follows then that S is assertable. This, however, means that phenomena we would typically describe as symptoms of the sentence, since their connection with the use of the sentence is discovered in experience, with additional anti-realist assumption that the meaning of a sentence is determined by its assertibility conditions, necessarily provide good justification for the sentence, and not only contingently. From this, it follows that the phenomena are not symptoms, but criteria. The anti-realist account of meaning thus makes all the justification criterial. Let us illustrate that on an example. Let us suppose that we have established that every occurrence of a low atmospheric pressure is accompanied with the use of the sentence, "his wrists hurt." The sentence is therefore assertible when the pressure is low. Since its meaning is determined by its assertibility conditions, the sentence hence means that the pressure is low, perhaps in disjunction with other conditions under which it is assertible. Then, however, the appearance of low pressure necessarily makes uttering of the sentence justified, and therefore is its criterion. The lack of symptoms is precisely what exposes semantic anti-realism to the objection that it eliminates the objectivity of meaning. Wright thought that anti-realism, which he found in Wittgenstein, implies that there are no external standards which can deem the linguistic practice of the whole community incorrect. If there is a consensus in the community that the sum of two numbers, which no one has added ever before, has a particular value, there is then no independent standard to be found in the meaning of plus with which to compare the consensual verdict and find it unsatisfactory. The rule following considerations demand that we discard the contractual model of meaning characteristic of semantic realism. The result is that the correctness of a novel application of a sign is not independent of our ratification. Communal consensus thus constitutes the correctness of the sign's application. This view is a consequence of the disappearing of symptoms in the anti-realist framework. When we learn to calculate sums, we are taught to apply the rule of addition on many occasions. When we succeed, we can easily discover in our experience that the results we obtain usually match those other members of our community get when performing calculations. The empirically established connection between the right application of an expression and approval of others makes their ratification a justification for the belief that we correctly applied the expression. When others agree with our asserting some sentence, e.g. about a particular sum, this gives us justification for the assertion. Since the meaning of a sentence is determined by conditions under which it is assertable, the communal verdict thus determines the meaning of the sentence. It is its criterion. Such anti-realism, it needs to be stressed here, seems not to be compatible with many places in Wittgenstein's remarks on the foundations of mathematics, where he claimed that the mathematician's consensus about a certain result does not make the result correct. Even if they all agree, they may all be wrong in a particular case. Similar remarks can be found in Zettel, where he considers the application of terms for colors. Wittgenstein's view becomes easily justifiable when the anti-realist semantics is replaced with the criterial semantics, in which we can properly distinguish between criteria and symptoms. And contrary to what McDowell claimed, to retain the objectivity of meaning, it is not necessary that we resort to semantic realism, which is jeopardized by skeptical objections. Agreement with other members of the community is merely a symptom of the correct use of a sentence or an expression on a particular occasion and is not its criterion. Therefore, it does not enter its meaning. If we perceive that our application of a sentence coincides with that of others, it will only contingently justify our linguistic behavior. The connection between the correct application of an expression and the approval of the community is accidental at best. This is what makes meaning subjective and not merely intersubjective. The criteria for correct use of the sign plus are contained in explanations that we received when we were being taught how to use this sign. No one has, however, taught us that the sum of two numbers is whatever the community says it is. That members of our community think that x plus y equals z is a contingently good evidence for or a symptom of the sentence x plus y equals z, but a necessarily good evidence or a criterion of another sentence, the community thinks that x plus y equals z, makes it obvious that these sentences cannot have the same meaning. To conclude, with the semantics based on the distinction between criteria and symptoms, Wittgenstein has attempted to offer an account of meaning, which would be neither realist nor anti-realist in Dammit's sense, and thus to avoid both the scylla of meaning skepticism and the charybdis of its non-objectivity. Since the opposition, realism, anti-realism, exhausts the logical space, Wittgenstein's rule-following considerations from which the criterial semantics ensued suggest that we should abandon Dammit's characterization of the distinction between realism and anti-realism as inadequate. Interestingly, Crispin Wright came to this conclusion himself while formulating his minimalist theory of truth, but not for the same reasons. However, even with his altered understanding of realism and anti-realism, Crispin Wright remained convinced that the rule-following considerations require anti-realist reconstruction of the semantic discourse. So let me state the moral of the rule-following considerations once again. It is really that if only we could make a good sense of the distinction between what is a necessarily good justification for claiming the sentence as and what Wittgenstein calls its criterion. And if we could distinguish that from a contingently good justification for claiming the same sentence or its symptom, then we would have a notion of meaning which would be objective, as McDowell required, but which would also be good enough to resist the skeptical challenges as posed by Kripke. I will end here.
Thank you very much for your interesting speech, Andrei. I believe that we have time for one question or we make a little coffee break. And I believe that we already have one participant here who wants to ask question. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to ask any questions? Please raise your hand. Okay. Just give you the mic.
First of all, thank you for your interesting talk. My question is actually twofold, and it considers actually only his Tractatus, Wittgenstein's Tractatus. So my first question is, would you agree that both Kripke's and Vienna Circle reading of Wittgenstein could be the corner cases of reading his work, namely in Tractatus? And second part of my question would be, would you say that, how to put, I simply forgot it for a second. just give me a second. Yes, would you agree that in a way you talked about possibility of verifying at least some of the sentences that Wittgenstein is considered with, but he's not genuinely considered to be an empiricist. But you did mention that he himself mentioned experience as one of the criteria for examining those sentences.
Thank you. I don't know if I understood the questions correctly, but I'll try to give brief answers. In Wittgenstein on Rules in Private Language, Kripke does not say much about the Tractatus. He only mentions the Tractatus in passing and says that in his belief, Wittgenstein was the semantic realist in that phase of his philosophical activity, and that with rule-following considerations that he analyzes, Wittgenstein really produced the most powerful argument against semantic realism, and that later in philosophical investigations he is to be considered as semantic anti-realist. I don't know if the Vienna Circle members' reading of the Tractatus is the same as Kripke's, since there's not much about the Tractatus in Kripke's book. Of course, the members of the Vienna Circle were to a huge extent inspired by the Tractatus. They discussed the book regularly at their meetings. But what I was trying to say is that when Wittgenstein met Schlick in the late 20s and started to have regular meetings with him in Schlick's house and regular discussions, he gradually started to change his ideas. And the change that was important for my talk was that he gradually allowed that sentences which were not conclusively verifiable also have meanings, that they are not just schemes for transforming meaningful sentences into other meaningful sentences, but they themselves have meanings. And so he allowed that inconclusively verifiable sentences have meaning. So the question was, what was their meaning? And then the meanings of inconclusively verifiable empirical sentences were their criteria. That is necessarily good justifications for claiming those sentences. Not any justification will do. In the experience, I mentioned experience several times, but only to say that it is in the experience that we discover the symptoms of a sentence. Symptoms are empirically discoverable phenomena correlated with the utterance of a sentence, but they do, unlike criteria, they do not enter meanings. They do not enter the meaning of a sentence. The meaning of an inconclusively verifiable empirical sentence are its criteria, and criteria should be sharply distinguished from symptoms. The trouble with realism is that it eliminates criteria. In the case of empirically undecidable propositions, they are left with symptoms only. And that is, if I'm right, what allows for formulating the skeptical paradoxes. And on the other hand, the trouble with the anti-realist reading of Wittgenstein, such as that of Wright, which makes the correctness of the use of a certain sentence dependable on our judgment or our assessment of that correctness, is that the anti-realism really eliminates symptoms. The problematic sentences are only left with criteria. So every justification becomes criterial. And if that is the case, then the approval of other members of the community becomes part of the meaning of a sentence. And this is really the source of the non-objectivity of Crispin Wright's conception of meaning, which he derives from destroying the contractual model of meaning, characteristic of realism. So we should go neither way. That is my point. Semantic realism is such that its main flaw is vulnerability to skeptical challenges, but semantic anti-realism has other flaws as well. If you follow Wright, you see that that the objectivity of meaning is really been destroyed. So my main point was that Wittgenstein was really contemplating those issues that became prominent only later in literature on Wittgenstein with Kripke and Crispin Wright, and that with the introduction of the distinction between criteria and symptoms, he was really trying to find the middle way to have the notion of meaning which is objective, but not to surrender to semantic realism and thus expose himself to skeptical challenges. That was really what I had in mind, if I summarize.
Okay, thank you very much. Dear guests, we will make a short pause now, coffee break, 15 minutes. Is that all right? You can't wait to drink the coffee. Okay, so The coffee is served in a room on the right, and see you back here in 11:10.
Se ovo biramo u mailu. Ćemo brže tak napraviti. Ako neko treba pokrenuti video, mogu odavde ga pokrenuti. Ili oni ga mogu tamo pokrenuti. Čekaj sam koji je ovaj kompjuter. Ovo je predavač. Da. On je na predavač, tako da ga treba uključiti ovo ili ne. Tako da ide u smislu, oni sad mogu ga staviti full screen i šta trebaju. Ali tu su i prezentacije.
Jesu da maksimum screen, znači možete napraviti prezentacije, ali oni su svi online. I te pitanja, imamo samo za pitanja. Svojih su pitanja ima, nisu svojih pitanja tako da se koji su dio za pitanje iščekati.
Da, čekaj. Ne, sad se može, nego nismo se razumjeli, ne si ja i u smislu, mi smo ovo uključili u Zoom. Sad smo ovo uključili u Zoom, tako da...
ja sad uključim Zoom i zapravo sve to. Da.
Ladies, welcome to session 1A, and thank you for joining us. This session contains 3 talks. Each talk should be at least 20 minutes long, followed by 5 minutes discussion. For all of you in the audience, if you will have any questions, please, by the end of the discussion, please raise your hand so I can give you the microphone. And for the online audience, if you have any questions, please write them down in our chat section and I will read them for you. Our first speaker is Jan Podacker from the University of Duisburg-Essen, Germany. His topic is Actions and Concepts in Wittgenstein and Kant. Jan, welcome.
Thank you very much. And to the organizing committee, thank you very much for making this conference possible. I would have loved very much to be there in person, but well, it is as it is, I guess. And so here we are, and I have made a small presentation, which I would like to share right now. All right, that should be it. Okay. So I would like to start, or my talk is about a very general question. What exactly do we mean when we speak of concepts in philosophy? And in this short talk, I would like to consider the answers of Kant and Wittgenstein. At first glance, there's a big discrepancy between the two approaches, and in some aspects, the two are even contrary to each other. Nevertheless, I would like to show that both have a deeper common ground, which is systematically fruitful. This common ground is ultimately based on the concept of rules. And last but not least, on the fact that this concept of rules in both approaches is included in a framework which is in a way pragmatic or even action theoretical. So it's a very clear structure here. But talk a little bit about Kant and Wittgenstein and to give a short outlook. And those are my intents, which I would like to show. So what about Kant? Here with Kant, we have an ego, a subject, which is confronted with manifold sensual data, behind those data, the subject assumes a reality which can never be perceived as a thing in itself. So a mentalism is already fixed in this basic model for practically every problem, every philosophical question I could ask. A solution must always be given within the framework of the representations of that ego or of the world within the world of appearances, or else a solution or an answer to my question cannot be given at all. And this is no less true of everything that can be said about concepts. So concepts, as well as intuition, German term is Anschauung, belong to a common genus, according to Kant, namely representation, in German Vorstellung, Latin representatio. Viewed from another angle, there's an active moment built in this self-centered and representational model. We have sensual material on the one hand, but we have activity or even action of the mind, or say understanding, on the other. We have receptivity of impressions and spontaneity of concepts. In a well-known passage, Kant tells us that concepts are based on functions as a unity of a certain act or action of bringing various representations under a common one. If we hear that, we might think that we are simply talking about some sort of classification, as even John Locke may or has conceived it. Under a general idea of a dog, for example, various dog-like ideas could be compared and gathered, but what we are talking here about is a bit different, because the somewhat obscure way of speaking of functions or a function is about judging in general, since there's a quote, "The only use which the understanding can make of concepts is to judge by means of them." A judgment does not primarily consist in the act of predication, as the application of a linguistic label, but rather means for a simple empirical judgment that manifold intuition is synthesized to a unity according to a rule. So rules are being followed in an action of the mind. Concepts and rules now are not two separate mental entities. The concept is articulated by the rule and actualized by the mind acting on that rule. In this sense, the concept is identical to the rule. The aspect of action according to rules is mostly emphasized by Kant when the application of a concept to sensuality or the world of appearances is at stake. The example of a triangle is illustrative. The term not only contains the idea, the term triangle not only contains the idea of, for example, three corners or angles, but also always contains the way in which a triangle is constructed, and that be it in perception, in the imagination, or say on the blackboard. The concept of number, as another example, is also articulated as a method, that is, as a regulated procedure. And of course, there are also empirical concepts, such as the concept of a dog, which, when applied to sensuality, must also give a rule of how certain perceptions are to be put together into a connected and thus somehow understood specific shape. Last but not least, because in this context, Kant develops the majority of his explanations on concepts, the pure concepts of the understanding, the categories, such as causality or substance, can be understood as rules for the question of how a subject can come to valid experiences in the first place by means of mere sequences of impressions in time. Now, let's take a look at Wittgenstein's conception. While we can see a central task for the term concept in the distinction of intuition and concept in Kant, there is initially no direct interest in the term concept in Wittgenstein's opposition of, or rather connection of language on the one hand, or use of language, and life on the other hand. As an important guiding principle, Wittgenstein is primarily concerned, so of course I'm talking about the late Wittgenstein. And Wittgenstein is primarily concerned with the variety of ways in which language intervenes in life. So here's a small list of how that is possible. The use of linguistic expressions can take place on a purely verbal level. Say someone provides a definition in the context of a theory. This can have mediated consequences in life, but I won't go into that any further. The use of linguistic expressions can also directly structure non-verbal actions. Say someone gives an order and another one acts accordingly. The following language games reach even more beyond the realm of verbal speech. For example, the manufacture of an object according to a description or a drawing, the presentation of the results of an experiment by means of tables and diagrams, or to solve a calculation example applied on a practical problem. Well, there could be other examples, of course, but those are examples Wittgenstein gives himself. The diversity of possible language games resembles, and this is certainly no coincidence, the variety of games, from complex team games to mere throwing a ball. So here we are dealing with a model that does not start from grammatical criteria, but in which we have to investigate how rules enable us to do things and how rules intervene in life. If we ask the question, what can be identified in Wittgenstein's conception with the traditional concept, we run into the problem that we are inclined to use the pattern word meaning or word usage rule, which we could then maybe identify with the concept. It is, however, precisely questionable whether such patterns are still permissible in Wittgenstein's model. In paragraph 5 of the philosophical investigations, Wittgenstein already suggests that asking about the meaning of words can be misleading, and that we rather should investigate the function of the language and not the function of the words in a sentence. So according to Wittgenstein, there is not one or maybe a set of semantic rules that point from the word to something else. Rather, the games are the primary element. These games provide a framework of rules in which the expression plays a part. And how this happens in a game can be more or less regulated. To put it bluntly, the rule is not in or behind the word, but in the game. To say from a chess piece in itself that it means this and that is pure nonsense. The game of chess, or say Monopoly, however, defines certain possible moves and therein the roles of certain pieces. So we can transfer these hints now to the question of concepts. If we are interested in concepts, we should not start from the word, grammatical expression, but rather we should examine the framework of rules spanned by a language game in its construction with regard to its structures, roles, and possible moves. In addition to that, we can learn from Wittgenstein regarding two questions. First, what is a rule anyway, and what does it mean to follow a rule? And second, in what way can rules, or rather what types of rules can be followed? Regarding the first question, Wittgenstein's anti-mentalism comes into play. If concepts can actually be identified with rules or even rule structures, then they are to a certain extent part of a practice, and as such structural elements for the realization of intersubjective validity within the framework of that practice. So we have to buy that result right now, because there's not so much time to elaborate any further. So I just jump to the second question: what types of rules can be followed? A first group of cases can be summarized in which, in accordance with certain rules, an expression or a complex sign is formed in a syntactically or semantically correct way, or is correctly inserted into some context, for example, an inferential context. This group of cases in which, this is a group of cases in which the classical doctrines of meaning have been particularly interested. And a second group of cases includes those in which certain actions are triggered, coordinated, or carried out through the use of expressions alone. So these are the cases which, so to speak, were discovered by speech act theory and became paradigmatic for it. So we have two kinds of cases, but is this list of cases complete? Or rather, are there any other types of cases that could be relevant to the question of concepts? I think there are, yes. So let us think both of the cases considered by Kant in this regard, and of the third way in which language games can intervene in life in Wittgenstein's sense, which I stated earlier. In this sense, the following examples are of interest. Drawing a geometric figure according to rules, determining the center of gravity of a body according to rules, planing a tabletop according to rules, perceiving a constellation of stars according to rules, and so on. Incidentally, the phrase "use according to rules" with reference to expressions is misleading here. The expression, for example, little bear, Ursa Minor, so the star constellation, does not have to be used to perceive the aforesaid constellation. You could say, on the other hand, that you are using a certain rule to perceive, which would mean nothing else than perceiving correctly. Thus, we can summarize as a third group of cases those in which non-verbal action, production, and even perception are based on and led by rules in this sense on concepts. And for this results, it is not decisive whether Wittgenstein would have addressed latter cases as language games or not. What is decisive, I think, is that the criteria for following rules in an intersubjectively shared system of rules are met for these cases, and that therefore these are cases that are real candidates for a talk about concepts. So I will briefly summarize and come to a final outlook. According to Kant, every cognition, every actual perception, and even more so, the making of experience is conceptual and thus an act according to rules. Since concepts and rules are ultimately identical, it follows that any action according to rules, such as the production of artifacts, for example, triangles, is also a conceptual act. With Wittgenstein, the expression language game could be understood so broadly that it ultimately encompasses all systems through which intervention in life is determined as correct according to rules. A concept could then also be identified with rules or rule structures. So more than just to state some commonalities, this pragmatic core, we could say, in both approaches, leaves us an opportunity, namely the opportunity to integrate the Kantian subject into the language game of intersubjective control of correctness and to reconstruct not only concepts in general, but also the fundamental concepts of understanding as a collaborative game according to rules, namely categories. So categories can be understood as a means as well as a condition of the possibility to distinguish between objective judgments and subjective sensations. The categories should also be understood as concepts in the sense that the activity of the mind or the understanding must comply with a general rule. However, the mind does not have to use or even possess the word causality or any synonym in order to know what to do. The fundamental concepts of understanding are not understood in a semantic sense. On the other hand, we also want to avoid the mentalistic conception, which would ultimately have to reckon these fundamental necessary skills within a rather puzzling inventory of psychological or biotic primal faculties. Instead, with recourse to Wittgenstein, we can understand the concepts of understanding as general schematic strategies. Sensual experiences of everyday life and manifold impressions are diversified among the members of any community. But in order to gain real epistemic value, these experiences need to be brought under a certain kind of common control. And in this sense, a special kind of game has to be established as a condition of the possibility to really have, for example, empirical properties of objects at communal disposal and to have controlled methods for the formation of empirical concepts. These strategies must be ones that can be controlled within the life world, within the community of action itself. Understanding is based, so to speak, on joint action. But I have to leave it at that and come to my conclusion. I wanted to show that with the concept of the rule, there's a remarkable systematic commonality between Kant and Wittgenstein, which is also characterized by the fact that both approaches contain a pragmatic or action theoretical element. This commonality is systematically fruitful insofar as, firstly, it throws a different light on the understanding of concepts in general. And secondly, this very insight offers a reconstruction framework for the Kantian categories in the context of intersubjective communities of action. Thank you for your attention.
Jan, thank you very much for your interesting talk. Do we have any questions from the audience? Please raise if you have a question. Okay. We have one question, Jan.
Thank you.
It's on.
Thank you for this interesting comparison and presentation. I'm Dal Renic from this faculty of epistemology here. It's interesting that I also see that
I have some, sorry, I think I have some technical problems here, and there's some echo effect. I just can't make anything out that you're saying. Sorry. I don't know if it's
you can hear me, but there is an echo. Is it so?
Yes, a very heavy echo.
Very heavy echo. Maybe we have two microphones. That's the problem.
Yes.
Is there another microphone? Is it on? Maybe that's the problem. Is this better now?
Unfortunately, not.
Not the same thing.
Okay.
Well, if you maybe if you ask
you
the
can ask
question very
questions,
slowly,
I
I can make out what you're saying.
Just a second. That's the beauty of technology again. Well, you can ask a question in my mic. I think that it will be clear enough.
Well, let's try. Is it just, can you hear now? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, but the echo is still a problem.
Echo is still a problem. What about when I'm speaking? Is there an echo problem as well?
Yes.
It is. I'm so sorry. Just give us a few seconds, please.
No problem, really.
Well, we simply don't know, it seems, where.
Well, unfortunately, these kinds of things happen, so we'll
Let's
just be
try.
patient
If you
for a
can
while.
understand, I will try to speak slowly, just not to lose too much time. So my question is about the spontaneity of action. When I think about Wittgenstein and his rules, the example of his rules are those that are learned rules and followed, pretty much with some control and awareness. My interpretation must be is not necessarily correct. When I think about Kant, it's always that the conception or conceptualization is something that happens a priori. It happens with spontaneity of pure rationality. So there is no voluntariness. The rules are not learned. They're pretty much automatized. At least, I think it is very simplified, but just as a question for clarification of your position. So, how can that actually, is that a problem? Or do you think it's not? I find it difficult to see that the rule has the same meaning in Kant and Wittgenstein, and that the action has the same meaning, because action or in performance or act actually in Kant it's more like act than like controlled, learned, aware, conscious action. So this is my. If you can clarify, is this distinction I make wrong? Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much for your question, and I hope I got enough acoustic shambles from it to put a question together. I think even you made some very excellent points. Maybe you will have to correct me if I got you totally wrong. So your point was that it may be that the very term action and rules means something completely different in Kant and Wittgenstein, and we can see that concerning the understanding of a priori with Kant. So if following Kant, if we have an a priori concept like the categories, we never learn a rule in community with others, and we have no kind of a learning process, nothing like correctness control or something like that. We just have that rule and we act on it. Our mind works that way, you could say. And well, I think this is an excellent point. It's first of all, I just have to say it's absolutely true. We have this. We have no sense in Kant for this problem of how we come to some rule, yeah? Or how we ensure that we are all following the same rule. It just states because it is a priori. I can show as a philosopher that is a structure which is a priori, that every mind has to act. It's necessary that every mind has to act on it. So yes. I think if we want to make something out of this situation, we just have to make some adjustments within Kant's framework. The general idea is to take the program which Kant is following and transfer it into the Wittgensteinian framework. So those are exactly the points which I think are very fruitful if we take a look at Wittgenstein. And I think this is how I would solve those problems. And I wouldn't try to use all my hermeneutical skills to make that problem go away or something. It's certainly true that Kant has not a concept of rule which is very explicit or even clear, and those are all the points which are better within Wittgenstein. Okay, I hope that answers some of your points that I got out of the echo.
Thank you very much, Jan, for your interesting speech and for the answer to our question. And we are continuing with our next speaker. It is Alexander Berg from the University of Zurich, Switzerland, with the topic Wittgenstein's synoptic view and Hegel's speculative philosophy. Alexander, it is your turn.
Yeah. Thanks a lot for organizing that great event. I try to present a presentation. Hopefully that works. Now I can't see my how can I start this?
You have the start in the upper corner.
Yeah, the problem is it's in front of my.
There it is.
Yes, now. Maybe now? Can you see what I see? Some confirmation, please. I'm not
Yes,
sure.
I can.
Perfect. I need. Okay. Yeah. That's the title. Wittgenstein's synoptic view and Hegel's speculative philosophy. It's 3 parts. First is Wittgensteins übersichtliche Darstellung. I have an echo of my own voice now. Maybe you can fix that, or I don't know. I tried. Just start and please interrupt me if you can't understand.
Okay,
Okay,
Alexander,
yeah.
you're working on that.
Maybe I wait a minute.
Okay, you can continue.
Cool. Genau, start. Wittgensteins übersichtliche Darstellung. A term that recurs regularly in Wittgensteins Nachlass ist übersichtliche Darstellung. In a typescript from January 1st, 1945, there's an extended series of reflections on this topic, which later became part of paragraph 122 of her investigations. In these reflections, Wittgenstein impressively points out the fundamental importance of the concept of übersichtliche Darstellung for his own method. For the first edition of her investigations, Elizabeth Anscombe translated this concept as perspicuous representation. Quote, the concept of a perspicuous representation is of fundamental significance for us. It earmarks the form of account we give the way we look at things. Wittgenstein goes on to explain the function of an übersichtliche Darstellung. A perspicuous representation produces just that understanding which consists in seeing connections, hence the importance of finding and inventing in intermediate cases. Wittgenstein appears to have discovered the concept of übersichtliche Darstellung as a designation for his philosophical method in 1931, or at least not later than that, given that in the typescript 212, dated January 1st, 1932, he chose a chapter heading that he adopted shortly thereafter in the big typescript, and that already corresponds to the meaning of übersichtliche Darstellung in the later investigations. The English translation chosen for this chapter heading is, in this time, clearly surveyable representation. Quote, chapter heading, the method of philosophy, the clearly surveyable representation of chromatic effects, the goal, the transparency of arguments, justice. It is also worth noting that Wittgenstein recognizes in the discovery of übersichtliche Darstellung a significant break with at least parts of his earlier conception from the time of the Tractatus. In this vein, he wrote in a letter to Moritz Schlick, dated November 20th, 1931, that his conception of elementary proposition and objects in the Tractatus had since proven to be erroneous, and that the main difference between his current and previous conception lay in discovering the concept of übersichtliche Darstellung. Quote, in that letter to Schlick, the main difference between the conception of the book, Tractatus, and my present one is that I realized that the analysis of the proposition does not lie in finding of hidden things, but in the übersichtliche Darstellung. For this reason, there has been extensive and often highly divergent critical commentary on what exactly is meant by übersichtliche Darstellung. This is already evident from the different translations in the big typescript and investigations mentioned above, and becomes even clearer if one looks at the different translation attempts of the investigations alone over the course of time. The translation of a philosophical term often contains an element of the translator's own particular interpretation. For example, Anscombe chose the term perspicuous representation in her 1953 translation, while Hecker and Joachim Schulte felt compelled to correct this to surveyable representation for their 2009 edition of the investigations. Further translations of übersichtliche Darstellungen have yielded terms like overview, survey, and clear representation. The above mentioned clearly surveyable representation, and so on. A study of Wittgenstein's use of terms like Alois Pichler to suggest that synoptic view was particularly apt, quote, to capture the methodological role Wittgenstein attributed to his philosophy and the notion of übersichtliche Darstellung in the investigations. One of the many sources which seem to confirm this is George Edward Moore, a regular participant in the seminars, who later recalled the richness of illustration and comparison with which Wittgenstein succeeded in giving a synoptic view. Quote, Moore, I cannot possibly do justice to the richness, to the extreme richness of illustration and comparison which he, Wittgenstein, used. He was really succeeding in giving what he called a synoptic view of things which we all know. It is noteworthy in this context that according to Moore's memoirs, Wittgenstein explicitly said that it would be misleading to assume that his philosophical interest was primarily in analysis. What was important was the synoptic view of topics being analyzed. Quote, in this connection, Wittgenstein, said it was misleading to say that what we wanted was an analysis. I imagine that it was in his respect of needing a synopsis that he thought that philosophy was similar to ethics and aesthetics. This apparent transformation in Wittgenstein's thinking relates to at least two crucial questions. Firstly, why does Wittgenstein start to be interested in the übersichtliche Darstellung or synoptic view in the early 1931, in the year 1931? And secondly, what exactly does he understand by this term, which apparently constitutes an important shift in perspective on his own philosophy? So, second part, Hegel's speculative philosophy. I have discussed in detail elsewhere how at this point in time Wittgenstein turned his attention to his seminar to a lecture that his colleague Charlie Dunbar-Broad had given in Cambridge regarding his model of different methods in philosophy. And I argued for the possibility that Wittgenstein himself might have attended the lecture. The idea is roughly this. Wittgenstein attended Broad's lecture with his students during Michaelmas term 1931 in order to be able to comment on and assess its content in his own seminar afterwards. Following this idea, it would be interesting to compare Broad's lecture with Wittgenstein's seminar and his comments on Broad. So the idea is Broad gives a seminar and at the same semester Wittgenstein comments on it, like parallelly. And now we will compare the two. I hope you could follow. Broad begins the lecture in question with a distinction that is particularly important for his conception of the essential methods generally characterized of philosophy. Quote, and here you can see the original manuscript, what Broad used for his lecture, what I talked about. And you see the last sentence is now important. I will quote the last sentence. I will begin at once with what seems to me the most important division. this is the division into what I call critical and what I call speculative philosophy. Later on, he explained this distinction more precisely by differentiating three essential tasks in philosophy. Firstly, there is the analysis of abstract concepts. Secondly, the critique of fundamental theses or propositions, both which still takes place on the level of Port's critical philosophy. Thirdly, the level of speculative philosophy goes beyond this with its special attempt to attain a synoptic view, a clear representation of reality as a whole. Quote, when all problems that are really scientific and not philosophic are cleared out of philosophy, what remains for philosophy to do? It remains to discover, with 3 steps, it remains to discover, analyze, and clear up the most abstract concept which are common to several or to all the sciences. Secondly, to explicit state clearly and criticize the fundamental propositions which are assumed by several or by all the science. And third, to try to get a synoptic view of all the various facts which are believed to be known at the time, and to try to suggest some general theory of nature, of reality as a whole, which does justice to them all. Judging by these notes of John King, who recorded Wittgenstein's reflection in the seminar, also in the seminar of Wittgenstein, this distinction seemed unproblematic for Wittgenstein when he briefly summarized Port's remarks. Quote, Port divided philosophy into critical and speculative philosophy, terms which explain themselves. So that's published in 1980 in the notes of John King, and it's written is in the chapter Comments on Port. According to Port, speculative philosophy can also be divided into 2 methods, a deductive and a dialectical one, and it is especially the latter that is used by Hegel. Quote, however, 2 methods have been used by speculative philosophers. These may be called the straightforward deductive method and the dialectical method. The former is used by Spinoza and Leibniz. The latter was elaborated and used by Hegel. In this seminar, in his own seminar, Wittgenstein summarized Port's insight into the nature of Hegel's speculative philosophy and the dialectical method as follows. Quote, Wittgenstein, quote, Port said that speculative philosophy had 2 methods. The deductive, which started with certain fundamental self-evident propositions and proceeded to deduce further propositions about reality, and the dialectical, which he describes as the Hegelian method of examining contradictions, their relations and resolutions. And he concluded, quote, Wittgenstein, the dialectical method is very sound, and so on. Since Wittgenstein remarks in King's and Lee's seminar notes also coincide in content and time with Port's lectures, it can be inferred that in this seminar, remarks like the following were also inspired by Port's and Hegel's speculative philosophy and its synoptic aim. Quote, Wittgenstein, what we find out in philosophy is trivial, but the proper synopsis of these trivialities is enormously difficult and has immense importance. Philosophy is, in fact, a synopsis of trivialities. And another quote, our difficulty is that our intellectual discomfort is not removed until we have a synopsis of all the various trivialities. If one item necessary for the synopsis is lacking, we still find that something is wrong. And even further, as a quote, end of quote. And even much later, Wittgenstein points out the importance of a synoptic connection of individual philosophical objects in relation to Hegel. In a notebook entry from 1946, he thinks of Hegel in this way and notes, quote, yes, you could also feel this way. Everything belongs to everything. Internal and external relations move one part, and it's no longer what it is, what it was. This table is this table only in this environment. Everything belongs to everything. I think this is what Hegel meant. The reason why Alois Pichler proposed translating übersichtliche Darstellung as synoptic view in the English editions of Wittgenstein's works have already been mentioned further above. In Wittgenstein's comments on Brod, however, there seems to be evidence in favor of the idea that his übersichtliche Darstellung designates precisely that which Brod had characterized using the term synoptic view as the essential interest of Hegel's speculative philosophy. Seen in this way, übersichtliche Darstellung would be Wittgenstein's own attempt to translate synoptic view into his native German. This is supported not only by the context of Wittgenstein's use of this term, but also by the fact that in Wittgenstein's Nachlass, there is not a single literary translation of synoptic view as synoptische Sicht or the like. That would be possible in German. Furthermore, in a note by Wittgenstein dated November 1st, 1931, there is also an English reformulation of what he might have understood by the term synoptic view in Brod's English lecture. Quote, and that's a rare occasion where Wittgenstein writes English in his notebook. So he tries to find a translation for his own thinking. Quote, Wittgenstein, I can't give you a startling solution which suddenly will remove all your difficulties. I can't find one key which will unlock the door of our safe. The unlocking must be done by you, by a difficult process of synoptizing certain facts. So that's like real English writing of Wittgenstein. And I, of course, emphasize the synoptizing here. And when he tries to find a translation and continuing that thought, he follows an attempt to find a German equivalent that can convey the content of this idea of Brod's. Of course, that is translated back into English by me. The philosophical problem is an awareness of the disorder of our concepts to solve them by bringing them into order. So he tries to find something in German. Brod's synoptic view is here rephrased as a philosophical process of synthesizing certain facts and characterized in German as the ordering of our concepts with the meaning of übersichtliche Darstellung. Conclusion. In order to summarize the context of Wittgenstein's discovery of übersichtliche Darstellung in 1931 and its special significance for the methodological status of his philosophy, we can recall once again that right at the beginning of Brod's lecture, Wittgenstein's attention was drawn to Brod's distinction between critical and speculative philosophical methods. Brod related speculative philosophy to Hegel's dialectical method and characterized it by a reference to its interest in the synoptic view. Following the lecture, Wittgenstein worked out in his English-speaking seminars the meaning of a synoptic view for his philosophical method of ordering the concepts, and in private notes attempted to a reformulation of a term process of synoptizing certain facts, as you remember. By November 20th, at the latest, when he wrote his letter to Schlick, he had already settled on his German translation of synoptic view. Quote, as a synoptic view, as, also he settled in his German translation of synoptic view as übersichtliche Darstellung, a term which Wittgenstein claimed on January 1st of the following year to be of fundamental significance, since it earmarks the form of account we give the way we look at things. So you know that quote from the Philosophical Investigations. The special significance of übersichtliche Darstellung as a term for his philosophical method is thus connected to its genesis in Broad's lecture on Hegel's speculative philosophy and Wittgenstein's subsequent seminars on and comments on Broad. And just as Broad had contrasted speculative philosophy in his lectures with the analytic interest of critical philosophy, Wittgenstein, in conversation with Moore and Schlick, contrasted übersichtliche Darstellung with a certain one-sidedness of a part of purely analytic philosophy, and thus even criticized some of his own earlier beliefs. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Alexander, for your interesting speech. Do we have any questions from the audience? Please raise your hand. Okay, Alexander, it seems that we don't have any questions currently.
Yeah. I hope it was not too tiring.
Thank you very much, Alexander. We will continue with our session. Our next and also our last speaker in this session is Robert Winton from the New University, Lisbon, Portugal, with the topic, how did William James influence Wittgenstein's understanding of religion?
Hello, and thank you very much for the invitation to take part in this conference. I'm just going to share my screen, bring up the PowerPoint. This is it. Start at the beginning. Okay, so that seems to be it. I hope everyone can see that. So I'm going to make a few undeveloped claims in this talk because I've only got 20 minutes and I want to cover a fair bit of ground, and some of the claims are going to be controversial as well. So hopefully that will find a bit of material for discussion at the end. So first of all, I want to talk about William James and his account of conversion experiences. In the varieties of religious experience, William James takes a great interest in conversion experiences. He thinks about conversion experiences in terms of shifts in a person's habitual center of his personal energy. So each person has ideas, aims, and objects which form diverse internal groups and systems relatively independent of one another. And if a person has a certain aim in mind, then that aim awakens a certain specific kind of interested excitement and gathers a certain group of ideas together in subordination to it as its associates. Having a certain aim brings with it a group of ideas, and that group then absorbs the person's interest to the exclusion of other groups of ideas. So I've done a little diagram there. So there's this idea of the habitual center of somebody's personal energy being the hot place in a man's consciousness, the focus of their attention. So you have a certain aim, and that's the one that absorbs your attention, but you have other aims that are kind of in the background or peripheral, that if they came to the fore would gather a group of ideas behind them and shift your habitual center of energy with them. But we don't describe temporary shifts in a person's habitual center of their personal energy as being conversions. Shifting aims bring about shifts in the group of ideas that a person is focused on, but we don't usually describe these shifts in groups of ideas present to the mind as conversions, because they're only temporary shifts, and the person may well shift back to focusing on a group of ideas that they'd previously focused on. James gives the example of a president going on a fishing trip and forgetting about their presidential duties temporarily, becoming a different person for the duration of the trip, and then resuming their duties. However, if one group of ideas becomes stable and expels definitively its previous rivals from the individual's life, then we might speak about a transformation or a conversion going on. Complicating this picture of conversion is the unconscious, subliminal, or subconscious realm. James notes that in undergoing a religious conversion, the person often feels themselves to have been saved or redeemed by something beyond themselves. And he explains this sense of the conversion having come from something beyond the individual's awareness by suggesting that the conversion comes about as a result of aims or ideas bursting forth from the subliminal realm, where they've been incubated or where unconscious cerebration has been going on. That's not to say that a religious conversion experience can be wholly explained in psychological terms. It may be that spiritual forces operate on us via the subliminal realm. So I want to suggest that we might think about the shift between Wittgenstein's early and late philosophy in something like these terms. As Wittgenstein undergoing a conversion, where Wittgenstein picked up on certain ideas from William James and of course from other thinkers too, and these formed the focus of his attention for something like 20 years between 1912 and the early 1930s. And then after that point, other ideas, also influenced by James amongst others, long familiar to him but peripheral or subliminal until that point, become the habitual center of his personal energy. So we might not want to conceive this in Jamesian terms exactly. I don't think the later Wittgenstein would have accepted James's psychological analysis of conversions, but we can put it in Wittgensteinian terms that might sound more congenial in terms of something like something that was long familiar to Wittgenstein suddenly becoming his focus. So one reason for thinking in these terms is that throughout Wittgenstein's life as a philosopher, Wittgenstein was an admirer of James's varieties of religious experience. So I'm going to, on the next slide, give you a couple of quotes from Wittgenstein that shows that Wittgenstein was focused on James's varieties of religious experience, both before he formulated his early ideas and also before he formulated his later ideas. So in 1912, in a letter to Bertrand Russell, Wittgenstein said, "Whenever I have time now, I read James's Varieties of Religious Experience. This book does me a lot of good. I don't mean to say that I'll be a saint soon, but I'm not sure that it doesn't improve me in a little way in which I would like to improve very much. Mainly, I I think that it helps me to get rid of the Sorge, in the sense in which Goethe used the word in the second part of Faust. And as I understand it, Sorge means something like care or concern. Goethe talks about it being something that torments the soul, worries or anxieties about things that we're invested in. Then 18 years later, while he was visiting his friend Maurice O'Connor Drury at his rooms in Cambridge, Wittgenstein told him that a book you should read is William James's Varieties of Religious Experience. That was a book that helped me a lot at one time. Drury responded that he had read it and that I always enjoy reading anything of William James. He's such a human person. Wittgenstein agreed with Drury's assessment and said, that's what makes him a good philosopher. He was a real human being. So what was it that might have appealed to Wittgenstein in James's Varieties of Religious Experience? For one thing, it might have appealed to Wittgenstein because Wittgenstein recognized James's description of the sick soul in himself. It might have given him reassurance that he was not alone in feeling the way that he did, and also give him hope that he might overcome his anxieties or his concerns in the way that other sick souls did, described in James's Varieties of Religious Experience. William James's book is based on the materials that James prepared for his Gifford lectures in Edinburgh, and it's composed of 20 lectures. In the 5th lecture, James describes religions that are based on healthy-mindedness, a kind of temperament that focuses on good, even the good of this world's life, which plays down, ignores, or even denies the evil aspects of the universe. James says that Spinoza's philosophy is an example of the philosophy of this kind of healthy-mindedness, with Spinoza claiming that knowledge of evil is an inadequate knowledge, fit only for slavish minds. He quotes Spinoza talking about the gnawings of conscience, saying that it's manifest that we can always try to get along better by reason and love of truth than by worry of conscience and remorse. And William James contrasts this healthy-mindedness, the kind of healthy-mindedness that Spinoza supposedly exemplifies, with an approach to the world's meaning that is a more morbid way of looking at the situation, and which sees evil as an essential aspect of the universe. James suggests that there are some for whom evil is no mere relation of the subject to particular outer things, but something more radical and general, a wrongness or vice in his essential nature, which no alteration of the environment or superficial rearrangement of the inner self can cure, and which requires a supernatural remedy. Maurice O'Connor Drury, in his recollections of conversations with Wittgenstein, said that Wittgenstein had told him that as a child he had suffered greatly from morbid fears. In the lavatory of his home, some plaster had fallen from the wall, and he always saw this pattern as a duck, but it terrified him. It has the appearance for him of those monsters that Bosch painted in his Temptations of St. Anthony. The image in the PowerPoint there doesn't actually come from the Temptations of St. Anthony. It's from the Garden of Earthly Delights. As far as I can tell, there are no ducks in the Temptations of St. Anthony, but there are a couple of ducks in the Garden of Earthly Delights. And even when Wittgenstein was a student at Manchester, he suffered from morbid fears. To get from his bedroom to the sitting room, he had to cross over a landing. And sometimes he found himself dreading making this crossing. He suddenly stopped and looked at Drury seriously and said to Drury, "You'll think I'm crazy. You'll think I've gone mad when I tell you that only religious feelings are a cure for such fears." Drury responded that he didn't think that Wittgenstein was crazy at all, and that coming from Ireland, he knew something about the power of religion. And Drury said that Wittgenstein seemed displeased with this answer, as if he hadn't understood him. Wittgenstein then said, I'm not talking about superstition, but about real religious feelings. And Drew reports that after this, we walked on in silence for some time. And you can see from these examples that Wittgenstein was a Jamesian sick song. So I don't think that Wittgenstein just got reassurance from reading about sick souls in James's Varieties of Religious Experience. I think that Wittgenstein also found certain themes and certain philosophical lines taken by James chimed with him.
Robert, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but it seems that we have slight problems with your microphone. I'm not sure if you are holding the paper quite close to the microphone or it might be something else.
There's no destruction going on in the background. There's a drilling going on, so I can barely hear myself.
Okay, we understand. Thank you for the explanation.
Okay, I'll try to be a bit clearer and speak closer to the microphone.
Please do continue.
So I don't think that Wittgenstein just got reassurance from reading about sick souls in James's Varieties of Religious Experience. I think that Wittgenstein also found that certain themes and certain philosophical lines taken by James chimed with him, and other parts of the book influenced Wittgenstein philosophically. Wittgenstein wasn't just seeing the Varieties of Religious Experience as a kind of self-help book to make him feel better. It was also philosophically stimulating to him, so I think that certain ideas in James would have chimed with him. Certain ideas certainly would have disagreed with, both in his early and later phases. So one of the commonalities you can see from the quotes there is that Wittgenstein and James both largely ignore institutional religion. So the focus is on personal religion and on religion in isolation from any particular kind of institution. So in James's Varieties of Religious Experience, he makes clear that he's going to ignore the institutional branch entirely, say nothing of ecclesiastical organisation. And the quote from Wittgenstein there, all religions are wonderful, even those of the most primitive tribes. The ways in which people express their religious feelings differ enormously. So that's the first common feature between Wittgenstein and James's work that I want to bring attention to. Secondly, I think there's common features between James's Varieties of Religious Experience and the kind of discussion of religion that you get in the Tractatus and in Wittgenstein's notebooks. So for Wittgenstein, claims about what is higher and about the problems of life cannot be made, they cannot be said. For James, ineffability is a mark of mystical experience. The subject of a mystical experience immediately says that it defies expression, that no adequate report of its contents can be given in words. James also talks about religious individuals or religious groupings that claim that God, the Absolute, or the Atman can't be described. On page 416 of the Varieties of Religious Experience, he notes that whoso calls the Absolute anything in particular or says that it is this seems implicitly to shut it off from being that, as if he has lessened it. I don't want to make too much of this. I don't want to claim that Wittgenstein took his claims about Wittgenstein and God and the problems of life towards the end of Tractatus from reading James. There's quite a lot of evidence of Schopenhauer's influence there. But there is at least a common interest in the themes of mysticism and ineffability in Wittgenstein and in James. And there's the note after 6.521 that you can see in the PowerPoint there, where Wittgenstein says, is this not the reason why those who have found after a long period of doubt that the sense of life became clear to them, that they've then been unable to say what constituted that sense? So I think Wittgenstein might have had the example of Tolstoy in mind there, who struggled at one time to find the meaning of life and then had a conversion experience where he became more settled. But found that he couldn't express what he discovered in that conversion moment. And that's something that James describes in the varieties of religious experience. But there's also an influence on Wittgenstein's later philosophy. There's an influence on Wittgenstein's talk of family resemblances that can be found in James's discussion of the definition of religion. This is something that various people have picked up on. Russell Goodman, in his book about Wittgenstein and William James, Severin Schroeder has commented on this. So there's a quote from the second lecture of James's Varieties of Religious Experience here, where he's discussing defining religion. So James says that most books on the philosophy of religion try to begin with a precise definition of what its essence consists in. I shall not be pedantic enough to enumerate any of them to you now. Meanwhile, the very fact that there are so many and so different from one another is enough to prove that the word religion cannot stand for any single principle or essence, but rather is a collective name. The theorizing mind tends always to the oversimplification of its materials. This is the root of all that absolutism and one-sided dogmatism by which both philosophy and religion have been infested. Let us not fall immediately into a one-sided view of our subject, but let us rather admit freely at the outset that we may very likely find no one essence, but many characters which may alternately be equally important in religion. So one thing to notice in the quote given by James is that he's wary of theory in religion, as Wittgenstein is. He also connects it to holding a simplified and distorting picture of his subject matter with dogmatism. And there's obviously this anti-theoretical and anti-dogmatic thrust to Wittgenstein's later writings. There's also some further commonalities, which I'm just going to kind of give you a very quick overview of, and which people might want to comment on in the discussion. I don't want to claim that James and Wittgenstein are exactly alike in these respects. I think there's some fairly kind of significant differences between the two. But maybe the differences aren't as sharp as they might seem at first. So this is something we can talk about in the discussion. So both Wittgenstein and James describe their work as being descriptive. There's the question then of what it is exactly that they're describing, and I think that might come to quite different things in the two of them. But again, I also think that it might be that they're closer than at first it appears. Both Wittgenstein and James find proofs of God's existence unconvincing, but they nonetheless make space for Christian religion in themselves, as well as other forms of religion. They certainly don't want to dismiss religion in the way that some philosophers have. And both object to the idea of religion as being primarily about the grasp of the intellectual grasp of cold truths. So there's a few things that we can perhaps explore in the discussion. Thank you for listening to me here. And on the last slide, I've put my contact details. If anyone has any comments for me that they'd like to send by email, let's just put that up briefly. And then you can find me on the internet if you'd like to send me a comment by email. Thank you very much.
Robert, thank you very much for your time. Do we have any questions from the audience? Please raise your hand if you have any questions. Well, Robert, since we don't have any questions at the moment, and you
mentioned actually.
It is?
Yeah, I have a question.
I'm sorry?
I have a question.
Okay, we have a chat question.
Yeah, can I? Okay. My question is,
Let me read that. Oh, okay, you will read it by yourself. Fine.
can I pose a question or?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, perfect. My question is, I mean, really interesting talk. You referenced like the early comment, Wittgenstein's 1912, but he has a lot of pleasure reading James, and when you referenced the influence of Tractatus, I'm interested, and you had the idea, or you referenced the idea that the family resemblance is somehow influenced by William James. So that would be an influence to the later Wittgenstein. And I'm interested if you have further ideas how that whole religious conversion theme could have influenced the later Wittgenstein. I see in the first, like the early Wittgenstein, I see a really strong argument for that. But in the later Wittgenstein, I would like to know how that maybe you see more signals or more like how maybe there is something religious about the style of writing in the philosophical investigations also that you see in Wittgenstein. That would be of interest. Thanks.
So it's not so much that I see hints of religion or a kind of religious sensibility in the philosophical investigations. I think that what Wittgenstein takes from the varieties of religious experience is this kind of focus on particular instances. So if you read the varieties of religious experience, you just get case after case after case describing conversion experiences, describing people's attitudes towards their religion, describing different people's sensibilities. So there is a variety in the varieties of religious experience. And I think that's something that appeals to the later Wittgenstein, that this kind of focus on particulars. Also, I mean, there's obviously this idea that concepts might not necessarily be defined in necessary and sufficient terms, that religion is an expression that you can't give any one definition to that's going to be satisfactory. There is no essential feature to religion according to James, and that's something that obviously might have been picked up on, that it's analogous to the games example. And the already mentioned, the anti-theoretical, anti-dogmatic attitude of James, I think there's some parallels there between the two of them. I mean, there's obviously a lot of differences too that I haven't commented on. In a longer paper, I could kind of explore those a bit more. I think there's sometimes that James sounds a bit scientistic, other times he doesn't, and I think actually ultimately there's quite a lot of similarity between the James of the varieties of religious experience and the later Wittgenstein.
Yeah, thanks a lot. If you publish something about that, I would be really interested.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, I have also a question. Thank you very much for your talk. I just wanted to ask you, given that you said that Wittgenstein was not interested in institutional religion, so how can we make sense of his insistence on religious practice, which is very much influenced by institutions?
Well, it's certainly true that Wittgenstein was philosophically interested in religious practice, but also that he engaged in religious practices himself. So he prayed, for example, and he read the Bible with Drury. I mean, he was quite explicit that although he was baptized a Catholic, that he couldn't he couldn't be a member of the Catholic faith later on. So I'm not quite sure what to say here. I mean, certainly in terms of philosophical understanding of religion, in terms of practices, it doesn't require that you have any kind of particular institutional background, right?
That's not what I asked. I just wanted to see, you know, because he's very much emphasizing that practice is important in religion, not theory.
Right.
And practices are somehow dictated and influenced by institutions, right? The church tells you how to.
Right. So it's not to claim that institutions kind of don't exist or something like that. But I think, like James, he sees institutions as being kind of secondary in the analysis. That in his later philosophy, certainly. So one way of thinking about this is to think about religion as being founded on hinges. Right, so it's not in the first place a product of ratiocination. It's not the product of kind of intellectual argument or something like that. The intellectual structures that grow up with an institution are something that spring from something more fundamental in the first place, and that's the case in James's understanding of religion as well. And I mean, obviously, in the early philosophy as well, that there isn't this idea of trying to prove God's existence or anything like that. That God is outside of the world, and so not something that we grasp through logical argument or something like that. So that only kind of partially answers your question, I think. But
no, that was fine. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Seems that my mic is off, but I hope that you can hear me nevertheless. So thank you very much for the discussion. This was the last talk in the session, and I would like to invite you to the lunch break. The lunch for participants is served at the end of the hallway on the left. The break is 50 minutes, and see you at 1:30 p.m.
He joined also. Okay.
Welcome to session 2A. Thank you for joining us. This session contains 5 talks. Each talk should be at most 20 minutes long, followed by 5 minutes discussion. We are very strict on schedule, so please keep that in mind. Our first speaker is Luka Janeš from the Faculty of Philosophy and Religious Studies, University of Zagreb, Croatia, with the topic John M. Keaton on Wittgenstein and psychotherapy.
Yeah, thank you for introduction. Welcome you all. My name is Luka Janeš. I'm assistant professor here on this institution, Faculty of Philosophy and Religious Sciences. And I will talk a bit about this psychotherapeutical inbounds or invokes all the Wittgenstein's theories and thoughts presented by John M. Heaton. There was one interesting fact regarding my interest about this topic, not just about because of the fact that I'm into psychotherapy, the theory of psychotherapy and the philosophy of psychology at all, but my friend, dear friend, Theodore Eaton from Switzerland, who was actually John Heaton's colleague in the Philadelphia Association. I don't know if you're familiar with the given institution. It's the institution or association founded by R.D. Laing. I don't know if you heard about it, one of the most significant psychiatrists of the 20th century. Some call him an anti-psychiatrist, but he himself never called himself that way. And what was funny, what was interesting about Heaton in the context of this particular conference, when Ina started organizing it, I asked her we could call him to be a part of a organizing board or something, and I called my friend Theodore and asked him could he join, and he said, oh, unfortunately he died in 2017. I didn't know it, and I said let's do one kind of homage to him in the context of this conference, and I will stick briefly to the thoughts of John M. Heaton. He wrote a lot of books about this, and I will try to make a rougher evaluation in the context of a collected paper book that I hope and I'm sure we will prepare after this conference. Few biographical data regarding Heaton. He was born in 1927, and he had a private practice in London, private psychotherapeutical practice in London as a psychiatrist and psychotherapist. And he was, regarding his educational background or educational engagement, he was a regular lecturer at Regent's College London on the advanced diploma in existential psychotherapy program, and he also taught regularly at Roehampton University. He was also founding member of the Guild of Psychotherapists and was director of training in already mentioned Philadelphia Association from UK for many years, and also he was editor for existential analysis for 7 years. And over the last 40 years of his life or so, Heaton has been working roughly and coherently, I would say, in the mission to revoke themes concerning the relation between Wittgenstein and psychotherapy, and he wrote it up, as I already said, in plenty of books, papers, and talks. And I focused on the talking here from 2010 and Wittgenstein and psychotherapy from 2014. He is a special, I would say, the context that he hasn't formed a school around him, but he had, as they said, as the biography says, plenty of fellow travelers that were around him, and he has kept open much needed, let's say, conceptual space as an example for other psychotherapists. What is interesting to me, and what is very, for someone shocking, for someone scandal, why to mix Wittgenstein with psychotherapy, and even many Wittgensteinians, let's call it like that, have written a lot of critique regarding it, but generally regarding the psychotherapy, what was actually in the context of Wittgenstein, in the context of language, one question arose to me in the past, and it's still actual, let's call it like that, when we ask what the psychotherapy actually is, especially talking psychotherapies. Psychotherapies depends on the exact expressing of thoughts, of existential status of client, both from the client and from the psychotherapist. And I think that it's actually very natural to use Wittgenstein's thoughts as a kind of tool for a precise psychotherapy, and to actually come to this moment of exacting our thoughts, our positions, and our meaning in the life, and in the context of trying to find it, and especially in the context of psychopathological concepts, or in the psychopathological grasp, which in the context of a patient, of a person that has a kind of mental issues, the biggest problem is that he or she cannot express his or herself exactly. And I think that Wittgensteinian thoughts and concepts could actually be a very, very good tool for improving psychotherapy as such, and put it on some kind of exact or scientific or philosophical scale of business, let's call it like that. And the space that actually Heaton recognized in the and was informed by Wittgenstein also, and also by the other thinkers in the fields of phenomenology and existentialism, is presented by Heaton in an almost completely unique and original, of course, way. Whilst it is clear that he has his own style of writing, he exemplifies that aspects of commonly shared language that Wittgenstein so brilliantly draw attention to. So although Heaton is writing in an area increasingly preoccupied with psychotherapy as a technocratic process, and it's his biggest critique of it, he reminds us of the multifaceted aspects of language, which in the context of psychotherapy practice are much more concerned with expressing states of affairs than representing them, let's call it like that. And if Heaton focuses on Heaton focus is on psychoanalysis and cognitive behavioral therapy, or popularly called CBT, as a kind of maybe the most popular psychotherapeutical direction, let's call it, or school in the world, worldwide. And but Heaton does not are not criticizing these disciplines generally per se, but he's finding some particular concepts regarding language as such, of course, in the context of implementing Wittgenstein thoughts in the concepts of psychotherapy. And after all, there are plenty of practitioners, Heaton would say, of both disciplines who prove helpful for their patients, And Heaton's examples show what can happen when the psychotherapist forgets that his practice is foremost an ethical one, which, unlike, say, surgery, does not depend on technique solely. And Heaton's friend and colleague already mentioned, R.D. Lang put it well by suggesting that treatment is concerned with how we treat people, and psychotherapists, how we treat or are treated, is not commensurate simply with the ideas or methods that are employed inside of it. I already mentioned this critique of technocratic language of psychotherapy, and it is and in his Wittgenstein and Psychotherapy book from 2040, as I already said, he claims that most theories in psychotherapy depend on a primitive idea of the way language functions, and I quote, they assume, Heaton says, they assume the meaning of world is the object it stands for. They picture psychological process as we can know what they are independently of their usual connections with the rest of our life. It is the failure to see the point of making sense that lies of the heart of confusion in psychotherapy. And when he's criticizing these moments of psychotherapy, he's on both sides criticizing the one on the one side using of the words and language in the psychotherapeutical process, and on the other side he is criticizing or commenting the psychotherapy as such and the language of psychotherapy in the context of academic world, scientific world, and philosophical world. And I think we can gladly agree with him regarding this context. And in the special focus of his evaluation is, of course, psychoanalysis. Also, R.D. Lang and Heaton and the most of psychotherapists of that time had a background in psychoanalysis. We must be fair and said that actually it was really a pioneering first social inbound or walk, or let's call it a strive of psychotherapy to come to this social talking mode, and not just to be left in some neurological or strict medicine context of therapy and treatment as such. And Heaton, in the same book I already quote, said that much psychoanalytic theory is an inverted form of Platonism, he said. A sort of idealistic materialism, instead of believing that behind the real of appearance of vulgar thought is the real of the really real in some reasons and causes, he said. And in the one part of this second book that I used to prepare for this talk, Talking Cure, he said that Heaton writes that Wittgenstein thought it was Freud's confusion between reason and causes that led his disciples into making an abominable mass. This has been much discussed. Wittgenstein critique has had, Heaton follows, had little or no effect on psychoanalysis, it being taken as a mere academic point and having no relevance to the practice or therapy. I shall try to show that the distinction is highly relevant to the practice of all forms of psychotherapy. And the quotation, it is present in page 64 of a Talking Cure. We can conclude that Wittgenstein's thoughts are a kind of tool for a battle against psychoanalytical concepts, but I wouldn't say it is actually fighting against, but maybe I think it's more like improving psychoanalysis as such. But this moment of Platonism, connections to the Platonism, is like in the core of his critique in the context of not having and using exact language, exact symbols, and which gives a kind of product in the not understanding each other in psychotherapeutical process and in the context of understanding our own selves, let's call it like that. And we can also say that the Heaton's critique is in the service of holding a kind of a mirror up to the language of psychotherapy, to suffering and its elevation, to its unbounding. It is also a reminder that what helps has little to do with the particular ideas the therapist holds, but rather, like Heaton would say, they are the placebo effects, the quality of the relationship between therapist and patient, the other non-specific factors are what are basically important. And we can also say that Heaton critique is in the service of holding, okay, it's in the context of making clear language, not making more confusion. And when you read a kind of a lot of critiques regarding the Heaton from the Wittgensteinians, they actually it's in the core of that of their critique is actually that he is actually not doing a kind of understanding, but more mass in the following context. And I don't actually agree with it. And in and around the psychotherapy processes and practices, language is often being, I would say, counterfeited, and Heaton recognizes it and offers an invitation, I would say, to ponder over how language is being employed, with the possibility that it will allow the distinction between facts and concepts to emerge. He's also criticizing the issue of metaphysical impulse in the context of psychotherapy as such. And I would say all of this points to the fact that actually psychotherapy as a kind of a discipline, it needs to actually have a clear clarification in the context of academical praxis, of in the context of exact science, exact language, professional language, because when you put it in the context of practice, you have like I think 450 licensed psychotherapeutical schools, you know, and although they're all having like a lot of connections, but inside of it you see so much technical professional differences. And I think this kind of striving that Heaton produces actually can get, as I already said, a good, it can give a good impulse and inspiration for making psychotherapy more scientific, I would say, and more clear in the context of psychotherapy language as such. And I will conclude with the meaning that with the thought that change of meaning in the context of clients, in the context of his mental status regarding himself and the world, can actually be a very good, in the big manner, clarified and inbounded and actually awoken, I would say, and inspired just using Wittgenstein's books and thoughts in everyday life. And of course, as I said, in the context of improving psychotherapy as such. So I would say that Wittgenstein is actually very healthy for our everyday life and for our mental state, especially in the context of sharpening our thoughts and language. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Olga, for this interesting talk. Do we have any questions from the audience? Please raise your hand. Question. All right. Do we have any questions from our online audience? Have a question? Please just join us and ask the question directly.
Yeah, Mr. Berg, Alexander Berg, I think it is.
All right.
Sorry. Alexander Berg, it is. Yeah, feel free to ask.
Actually, I just clapped for the.
Sorry, I don't hear you. Can you? I don't hear you.
Yeah, can't you hear me? Wait, I can. Another technique. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes. Okay.
Yes, now I hear you.
Mike, what?
It's okay now. I hear you. Yeah, okay.
Perfect. I have an echo from you, but I don't know. My question would be if you know about, I mean, it was really interesting to see that there is an echo in the psychoanalytic community, and I'm a little familiar with Heidegger's influence to psychoanalytic because it's really famous here in Zurich. Is there a certain school that developed out of that Wittgensteinian influence already, or is there something on the way in that direction, or it's just what you already described as like certain reflections between the two fields?
Actually, I found it in the context of his books. In the context of Heaton's books, I found not much material regarding the Heidegger, but since the fact concerning the fact that he was a teacher of R.D. Lang, who had a big impact based on the Heideggerian heritage, and due to the fact that he was actually editor of the journal Existential Psychotherapy, and existential psychotherapists in the context of contemporary phenomenological psychotherapists are based on the Heidegger. And I have my dear colleague from Italy is actually doing it in a very, very good manner, but I think it is something that could be used as a kind of critique for Hitton. I think he should strive more for Heidegger in the following context. I read 2 books. I think maybe in the other books there is much more about Heidegger, but I surely doubt it, because these 2 books are, let's call it, at the most relevant in this context, where he focused a lot of his, most of his thoughts. Yeah, if I was clear.
All right. I believe that we do have a time for one more question. We have enough time, so don't hesitate to ask. All right. Thank you, Luca.
Thank you. And thank you very much for your concentration. Goodbye.
Our next speaker is Gunnar Schumann from the University of Hagen, Germany, with the topic, a late Wittgensteinian approach to historical explanation.
Yes, hello. Thank you very much. First of all, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes? Okay. So
Yeah,
I can.
Okay, thank you. I have a presentation I would like to share with you. Let's see. Okay. Now, can you see this?
We can see this.
Yes. Okay, thank you. So then let me begin. A late Wittgensteinian approach to historical explanation. I want to start with the view that I oppose, which may be called causalism. Causalism in action theory, especially. It's the view that human actions are basically events that have to be explained by causes. Causalism is also widespread in the theory of historical and social explanations. I think that causalists are pretty much overwhelmed by the success of the sciences and think that all explanations must be of the same kind, namely that of causal explanations as they are employed in the sciences, for most physics. And they also hold that expressions like why and because always have to be taken in the causal meaning. Causalists assume that in order for historiography and the humanities in general to be scientific at all, those disciplines have to take over the explanation methods of the sciences, that is, their causal mode of explanation. The assumption is that there is a uniform form of explanation from the level of physical elementary particles to atoms, molecules, cells, organs, organisms, right up to the level of groups of individuals, societies, and epochs. Against this, I would like to take the anti-causalist stance. Historiography, the humanities, general, the social sciences, that is, all disciplines that have human actions as their issue, explained by reasons. They employ teleological explanations. Reasons, those are the purposes or goals, intentions, decisions, and beliefs of the agents performing actions. Causalist theories of historical explanation rest on causalist theories of human action explanation. Those take reasons for actions to be causes of actions. Nowadays, most prominently argued for in Davidson's famous paper, Actions, Reasons, and Causes from 1963. Again, the causalist picture is that actions are physical events caused by preceding or accompanying mental states like intentions, decisions, desires, wishes, the will of agents. But I say that all of these, you may discern three different points here, which I take to be wrong. First, actions are not identical to physical events. Second, actions are not accompanied by volitional mental states. And third, actions are not the effect of intentions. But today I can only discuss the third point. I will also confine my talk to intentions. And yeah, my point will be that the true form explanation of human actions takes the agent's intentions and beliefs as premises of a practical syllogism from which the explanandum, the action, follows logically, not causally. This was dubbed the logical connection argument in the literature. Well, to argue for that, first, again, the causalists. The causalists might conceive of intentions as mental entities, either in a Cartesian res cogitans or as neurophysiological entities in the res extensa. They might also disagree among themselves on whether causality in general is a concept, is a counterfactual relation or a nomic relation. But what they usually all accept, all of the causalists accept, is that the cause can be described and identified in a conceptually independent way from its effect. One may call this the Humean notion of cause. And note, not the Humean notion of causation, which would be the regularity one, but only this, that, you know, the cause can be described and identified independently from its effect. That's what I call the Humean notion of a cause. Since, what is meant by that? Since Hume's criticism of the rationalist notion of cause, it is commonly held that the relation between cause and effect is a contingent one learned by experience. As Hume's argument went, we could analyze the notion of a specific cause as much as we want, never will we be able to derive its effect unless we have seen that cause in operation. That is to say that if a person with normal perception and intellect, but absolutely no experience, would be put in the world, never would she be able to predict the effect of an observed cause. So what it takes would be experience. Well, if this is true, then a decisive argument against causalism in action theory can be found, because in contrast to that, the relation between intentions and their respective actions is not synthetic in that way, but conceptual. That is, this is not to say that actions follow with necessity from having an intention, or that one must do X when one intends to do X. The point of the logical connection argument, as I see it, is that our concept of intention is such that we would not ascribe an intention to an agent when she does not perform the relevant action, although she has the opportunity to do so. Our use of the expression intention is such that we would take back the ascription of the intention when the agent does not perform the relevant action, although she has the opportunity to do so. To have the opportunity here means several conditions, namely that the agent has the required skills to perform the action, that the agent has not forgotten about her intention, that she's not hindered by external factors, as for example, when she's tied up, or by internal factors, as when she is psychically paralyzed.
Gunnar,
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yes.
I just want to check with you. Are you changing slides because we cannot see anything?
Oh, really? Yes, I am all the time.
Yeah. Oh, well,
Oh.
then maybe you should share the screen
I'm
or
sorry.
make some adjustments, because currently we only see the main slide.
I'm sorry to hear that. I thought I did so.
We still can't see anything.
I think it's because you haven't started the presentation.
I thought I did.
All right.
Let me see.
I think that maybe it would be helpful if you will put it on slideshow for us.
I'm sorry.
So put a slideshow and then share the screen. I think it might help.
Okay, can you see something now? No.
We can see you, yes.
Yeah, but not my presentation, right? Let's check.
All right.
And
now we can see.
You can see.
We can see slides now. Thank you.
So is it full screen now?
It's fine. It's
yeah?
fine. Please continue. Yeah.
Okay, wait. Okay, so I'm sorry. I thought you can see what I see.
But just to answer the question, it's not full screen. It's
not.
We can see the slides on the left, like the list of the slides.
We can see the slides, but it's perfectly fine.
Maybe okay. So let me. Okay, do the slides change now for you?
Yeah.
When I do this, yes.
Yes.
Okay, so just let me do this. I don't know. Obviously, when I start the presentation, you lose track of it. Would that be all right if I do it like this now?
This is fine now.
Okay.
Just hang on a second, please.
Okay. Yes. Let me see where was
I? Gunnar, please.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
When you start the projection, you have two windows: the presentation and the projection. You should share the projection, not the presentation. Then everybody will see that. So when you start the projection, you have two windows open: the presentation and the projection, and you should share the projection. That should work.
But if you don't have time to deal with this, it's perfectly fine because we do have to pay attention to our time. So please feel free to continue with your topic.
Yes.
No matter
All right.
the
Okay.
slides.
Yeah. Let me just continue. Okay. Where was I? Yeah. According to the logical connection argument, it would make no sense to ascribe to an agent an intention to do X when she does not do X. Although she has the required skills to perform the action, has obviously not forgotten about her intention. The time to act has come, and she's not hindered. Also, it would not make sense to stay neutral about the description of an intention. Her behavior under these circumstances shows that she has not the intention to do X. No metaphysical look into the agent's res cogitans and no neurological examination of the agent's brain could tell us that the agent still has the intention to do X in such a case, for we could not know what this is supposed to mean. So, do I want to make the dubious claim that the intention to do X is the same as doing X? No. One may speak of having an intention without the performance of the action, but only when the action is, as it were, already in the offing, as for example, when the agent is obviously hindered in executing her intention. But even then, she has to show some behavioral signs of her intention. That is, like trying, struggling, becoming upset, shouting, or something like that. That is, all signs which allow the description of overcoming the obstacles of the action. When the ascription of intentions to long-term actions is considered, like writing a doctoral thesis or going to the opera, then the agent on the one hand needs to display a kind of behavior which does not contradict her intention ascription. For example, in order to be said to have the intention to go to the opera in London tonight, she must not board a plane to China the same day. On the other hand, she must also perform preparatory actions that will enable her to perform or complete the intended action when the time to act has come. Otherwise, we would doubt the sincerity of her intention expression or assume that she changed her intention or her means and belief. So intention inscriptions require the action itself or preparatory steps undertaken to perform it, or the struggle against hindrances of the action, such that in general, the description of intention to do X is dependent on some description of behavior which makes reference to the intended action. In fact, from such cases of long-term actions or cases of hindrances, the expression to have the intention to gets its sense and meaning. We do not mean the possession of some entity, be it mental or neuronal, as it is commonly misunderstood by causalists, and which is then thought to affect the action. In general, the expressions "I have the intention to do X" or "I want to do X" are not used to describe ourselves as having a certain mental occurrence or being in a mental state. In fact, those expressions, those sentences cannot be true or false at all. What is true or false is that, or what can be true or false is that what can be known or what can be doubted and investigated and be found out. But to say, "I thought I intended to do X, but now I see that I was wrong," or "either I want A or B, I haven't found out yet, let me check again," make no sense. Admittedly, we can say, "I don't know if I want A or B," but by this we usually mean only that we haven't made up our mind, not that we have not discovered yet what we really want. By the sentence, "I have the intention to do X," we express a commitment of ourselves, a norm under which our action is to be seen. "I intend to do X" is no causal hypothesis about what will most likely make me do X, but has a normative force. Intentions can be understood as norms, as self-commitments of our future behavior. The intention, that is the reason for action, is related to the explicandum in a normative way. It shows why the resulting action was to be done, was rationally appropriate to do, given the respective belief premise, not that the action was to be expected, as in a causal prediction. And the fact that we can differentiate between possible reasons to act of an agent and the one or the ones for which he or she really acted does not speak in favor, does not speak in favor of the causal character of reasons, as Davidson thought. That a certain reason was in fact the reason for which an agent acted is determined by the context of the action, not by discovering some causal antecedent of the action. For example, if it truly was patriotism, as you said, or just the high pay why Smith volunteered for the army, depends on a variety of factors of the context of his action, especially what he did on similar occasions in which he had to choose between patriotic and greedy actions, maybe even how he will act in the future, and some others more. Now, for historical explanation. Regarding actions of contemporary agents, we are in the epistemically comfortable position that we might ask the agents or observe the action and its context ourselves. Regarding past actions, it will be harder to reconstruct the context of the action because of the decreasing quantity and quality of historical sources. Historical agents only rarely stated explicitly what their intentions were, but they displayed actions, knowledge of which has come down to us today from historical sources. Now, historians come through the bequeathed source data to get a picture as precise as possible concerning the context of past actions and to reconstruct from it the intentions, goals, purposes, and beliefs of the historical agents. When the reconstruction of a context of an action is not possible, historians will have to abstain from ascriptions of reasons, intentions, and beliefs of the agents, and therefore from explanation. But apart from the problem of our knowledge of the past actions context, it can be said that historical explanations work like everyday explanations of contemporaries' actions. As the crossing of a street by a contemporary agent under certain contextual conditions is his expression or the expression of his intention to go to work, so Caesar's crossing of the Rubicon is the expression of his intention to seize power in Rome under the historically transmitted circumstances of his action. Not the intention to seize power caused Caesar to cross the Rubicon. The data material which has come down to us contemporaries is, so to speak, the interpretandum from which the historian derives goals and intentions of historical agents, and with which further actions of the historical agents can be interpreted. So, to explain an action by a reason is not to refer to an event which is a human cause of it, but to embed the action in a context, such that it can be understood what the agent went after. Sometimes, thereby, it will be understood what the action was. For instance, for example, that the confessional conflict, in fact, was a struggle for political domination, as in the 30 Years' War. The task of the historian is to identify the intentions, purposes, and goals, sometimes the means and beliefs of historical agents to make their bequeathed actions intelligible to us. In particular, this is his task when some actions of historical agents are not immediately understandable, when we cannot see what they were for. Such is the case, for example, when we are told the prima facie unintelligible action of the Roman Emperor Caligula, appointing his favorite horse to senator, was done with the intention to humiliate the senators of Rome as a part of Caligula's attempt to consolidate the still somewhat shaky sovereignty of the emperor against the Senate. The task to make historical actions intelligible to us can also involve reconstructing means and beliefs of historical agents, which are not commonly held today, such as, for example, when historical artifacts such as plague masks are explained by historians of medicine by the people's belief that they could protect themselves from infection by breathing through beaked masks filled with odorous essences.
2 more minutes.
Right. Historians love details, not because their genuine method would be to describe in high detail the particularity of their subject, as has been wrongly held by early pluralists, like Windelband and Riggott, but because the reconstruction of the intentions, goals, and purposes of historical agents requires good knowledge of the details of the situation and the context of the historical agent's action. For only then they can decide if there was an overarching intention in the performance of a particular action, and if so, what it was, and so for means and beliefs. Okay, now let me get to this point. Sometimes historians admittedly speak of causes explicitly, like they ask what were the causes of the French Revolution or what were the causes of World War I. But this is only because that in everyday language, we don't usually differentiate between reasons and causes in a strict way. Nonetheless, there is a conceptual distinction to be made here. For instance, when historians say that it was the drought that made the Dust Bowl farmers go to California, or it was the drought that caused the Dust Bowl farmers to move to California, what in fact happened was that the drought did not make the farmers go to California in a literal sense. What happened in reality was that the drought changed the situations which the farmers faced, and from there on they had to change their means and beliefs how to achieve their life goals. And so they tried to fulfill them in another way, for example, by moving to California.
30 seconds.
This is to say that the explanation remains a teleological one, although there even might be a regularity between droughts, or for that matter, wars, and migration. But the point is that the regularity here does not do the explanatory work in contrast to scientific explanation, to scientific explanations. Thank you very much. Okay, now do I have to?
Thank you very much, Gunnar.
Yes, yeah.
Do apologize, I will not allow the questions because I already gave you 5 minutes from your audience. I hope that is okay. But you can leave your email in chat section for
Okay,
others to ask you questions if they have them. Thank you. And we will continue with our session. Our next speaker is Hassan Ali from the University of Memphis, Tennessee, USA, with the topic Exploring Wittgenstein's Quasi-Analyticity and Meaning Determinacy. Welcome.
Hello, can everyone hear me? Yeah, hi, I'm Hassan from the University of Memphis. Thanks for the warm welcome. And I'm going to be reading a section of my paper, which primarily focuses on quasi-analytic statements and how they complicate Wittgenstein's position on the determinacy of meaning. There has been frequent debate amongst Wittgenstein scholars concerning his classification of meaning determinacy. And in my paper, I look at 3 such interpretations by Saul Kripke, Peter Hacker and Gordon Baker, and John McDowell. Kripke places Wittgenstein within the reductive naturalism camp, and Hacker and Baker place Wittgenstein closer to Platonism, while John McDowell interprets Wittgenstein as inhabiting a middle position between these two. I'll be taking up McDowell's position and raising the claim that Wittgenstein's commentary on quasi-analytic bedrock statements complicates this interpretation, because while bedrock statements play a crucial role in deconstructing the idea of a private language, they correspondingly loop back and complicate this middle position reading, as they are quasi-analytic in nature and imbue language with the capacity for ontological production. To underscore this interpretation, I will also discuss articles by M. Curtis Allen and Radar Dew that perform comparative analyses between Wittgenstein and Charles Deleuze. Deleuze makes a distinction between representation and production within language, which allows us to tease out the implications of bedrock statements on Wittgenstein's position of meaning. So to begin, we can examine Kripke's commentary on the rule-following paradox, where he proposes a thought experiment to act as a counterexample to the rule of addition. Kripke proposes, for the sake of argument, let the greatest number past which one has not yet added be arbitrarily set at 56. He then asks the question, how can we be sure that addition will work the same way at 57? All the computations of additions that have been executed so far were concerning numbers 56 and below. Thus, since we have not yet added with 57 before, it remains possible that we mistakenly quad instead of add once we cross 56. So he wants to suppose this existence of a skeptic who would question the status of addition on metalinguistic grounds by hypothesizing a competing mathematical framework of quaddition along with addition. So this potential introduction of quaddition as a secondary mathematical framework has deep epistemological and ontological questions on how we understand addition. The question emerges, when we were supposedly adding numbers below 57, how can we be certain that we were adding and not quadding? Furthermore, if we cannot distinguish the two from each other in any case, how can we say that there is any determinate meaning to be found for addition in the first place? The epistemological and ontological confidence we had in our action of adding came from the fact that there is an immutable a priori definition that we can appeal to. We were previously sure we were adding because we could be certain that we were carrying out the definition of addition, and that since there was no competing function that resembled addition in any sense, we could be certain that the rule that we had been following was that of addition and nothing else. However, Kripke's skeptic throws the issue of a competing rule that has ontological implications on addition, as it changes its status as the only such mathematical expression that engages in the aggregation of numbers. Beyond the epistemological implications, the primary issue that arises for Wittgenstein is the ontological point that it is now impossible to find determinate meaning for addition. After Kripke lays out these problems, he puts forward his own interpretation of the solution he sees Wittgenstein providing. Kripke makes a distinction between two possible types of solutions for skepticism, a skeptical solution and a straight solution. A skeptical solution is concessionary in nature and appeals to naturalism. It opts to concede the skepticism to the skeptic, agreeing that a direct answer cannot be provided, but however appeals to naturalism to argue that because of certain customs of mind or psychological dispositions, we must persist with the behavior in question anyway, despite the fact that we cannot adequately address the skepticism. In contrast, a straight solution attempts to engage with the skepticism at face value. It doesn't concede the validity of the skepticism and attempts to argue in favor of certainty in response to the doubts raised by the skeptic. Kripke claims that Wittgenstein concedes skepticism but provides a naturalistic explanation of the determinate account of meaning within linguistic communities. Rather than searching for normative standards of meaning within language, Kripke argues that Wittgenstein engages with meaning from a purely practical and pragmatic standpoint that foregoes the search for objectivity within meaning and instead seeks to reframe meaning as naturalistic. So Kripke's views contrast with Baker and Hacker's interpretation, who argue that Wittgenstein offers a straight solution for metalinguistic skepticism. The principal point that they make is to introduce the concept of an internal relation to signify when a rule and its correct application are internally related to each other. These rules do not need justification from a linguistic community, but rather are already justified through their internal relation. This contrasts with an external relation, which refers to rules that require justification from an outside party. Like community dispositional accounts of meaning, so Baker and Hacker make a distinction between grammatical claims and empirical claims, stating that the former are used to explain internal relations while empirical claims explain external relations. They argue that Kripke misinterprets Wittgenstein to be making an empirical claim, when in reality he seems to be making a grammatical claim that attempts to refute skepticism from a normative standpoint without appealing to any empirical phenomena. Baker and Hacker therefore contend that Wittgenstein uses internal relations and grammatical statements to provide a straight solution that provides determinate meaning through a systematic normative standard. I argue that Baker and Hacker seem to be correct in this assertion. However, they make the mistake of arguing that Wittgenstein does not appeal to empirical phenomena. John McDowell asserts that the reality lies somewhere in the middle between Baker and Hacker and Kripke. That is, that Wittgenstein attempts to offer a straight solution by appealing to communal dispositions. This dichotomy between skeptical and straight solutions is analogous to a dichotomy between reductive naturalism and meaning Platonism, because the skeptical solution uses naturalism to account for its advocacy of skepticism, while the straight solution incorporates a normative standard that is a key feature of Platonism. While Wittgenstein urges us to not be tempted by meaning Platonism or other transcendent accounts of determinacy of meaning, he does not give up on a normative standard. Rather, he aims to extract a normative standard out of social practice. McDowell makes this philosophical move apparent by arguing that Wittgenstein remains averse to transcendentalism, but still seeks to create a normative standard through forms of life. He points out Wittgenstein's inclusion of a normative standard in his rule-following paradox that goes beyond mere interpretation and incorporates quasi-objectivity by setting standards for obeying and going against rules. As a result of this development, McDowell claims that there must be a middle position that goes beyond Kripke's reading of Wittgenstein as providing a skeptical solution. However, he maintains that such a middle position must also distance itself from Platonism. So this appeal to a communal disposition is what allows Wittgenstein to make his private language argument, arguing that the existence of a private language is impossible because one needs to be immersed inside a community and engaged in the practice of the language in order to understand the use of language. His argument concerning private sensations is a significant manifestation of the private language argument, as it leads to his conception of bedrock statements. For example, we can look at Wittgenstein's examination of the sensation diary, which attempts to provide us with a straightforward account of the meaning for sensation terms like pain being determined by private ostension to a recurring inner feeling that one identifies with the qualitative descriptions of such a sensation. To stub one's toe on a table, for example, elicits a similar feeling to other past experiences that were previously identified as painful experiences. So matching these sorts of similar experiences together and labeling them with a descriptor that ranges over all such instances leads to the classification of a sensation term and provides them with the meaning that we associate with their usage. However, Wittgenstein argues that this methodology is circular. Instead of providing an external justification for the attribution of a sensation to an experience, the sensation diary simply matches up experiences with different experiences. The subject succeeds in connecting experiences together and identifying similar sensations across experiences, but neither of the experiences are connected to anything external. In this way, the sensation diary merely serves as a sort of internal check that is circular in nature, while Wittgenstein will assert that to truly meet the standards of objectivity, one must maintain a distinction between seeming and being, with an external check that can verify the existence of what merely seems to be the case, while the sensation diary collapses this seeming being distinction. After debunking this private theory of the sensation diary, Wittgenstein attempts to provide an alternative understanding of sensation statements by recategorizing them as quasi-analytic bedrock statements. He claims that the private linguist misunderstands the character of private sensations, taking the example of the sensation of pain and pointing out two pain-based sentences that he claims that private linguists misunderstand. That is, the sentences, "Only I can know I am in pain," and "Only I can have my pains." He argues that the private linguist thinks that the former is an epistemological claim and the latter is an ontological claim, while they're actually both grammatical claims. The private linguist argues for epistemic privacy and privacy of ownership and tries to use these constituents of privacy to claim that language is essentially private. So Wittgenstein will analyze both these statements individually and present counter-statements as examples that exhibit the logical contradictions embedded in the private linguist's understanding of sensation. Beginning with the epistemological claim, he points out that the experience of pain does not enter the epistemological language game of doubt and certainty. It's therefore a bedrock statement, and it is logically inconsistent to require justification for such a bedrock statement. The statement itself serves as its own justification. He encapsulates the absurdity of the private linguist's claim with the rewording of their epistemological skepticism with the sentence, "I am currently experiencing something. I wonder if it is pain." Through this sentence, he exhibits the paradox of the private linguist's epistemological uncertainty. There is nothing more certain than pain that can put one's experience of pain into doubt. If one cannot trust this fundamental belief, then one cannot trust any belief, including any belief that would call the original one into question. If looked at from the point of view of the language game of epistemology, any belief that could potentially invalidate sensation statements would itself require justification in the exact same way, leading to an infinite regress of justifications. Therefore, Wittgenstein shows that it is logically incoherent to look at sensation statements as epistemological claims, therefore classifying them as foundational bedrock statements that are quasi-analytic in nature. He does the same thing with the ontological claim, providing a rewording of the sentence, which is, "Here is an experience of pain, I wonder whose it is." This also exposes logical incoherency of questioning the ontological status of sensation statements by asserting that declarations of pain are not meant to be ontological claims, but are rather grammatical statements that are quasi-analytic. He argues against a descriptivist understanding of sensation statements, claiming instead that sensation statements are expressive. While psychological experiences such as pain may feel private, these sensation statements are ultimately grounded in shared human nature. Our initial reaction as developing children to experiences such as pain is visceral in nature. We may react with expressive behavior such as screaming or crying, but over time we are taught the linguistic framework within which one can express their emotions using constructed categories such as that of pain. It is like an inculcation into the language game of sensation talk. The sentence, "I am in pain," is a type of expressive behavior like screaming or crying. So the issue that I want to examine within Wittgenstein's philosophy is the importance that bedrock statements play within his ontological framework and the tension that this creates within McDowell's interpretation of his middle position between meaning Platonism and reductive naturalism. So since Wittgenstein claims that bedrock statements are quasi-analytic, this category of statement edges his ontological theory closer to the normative, analytic-based doctrine of meaning Platonism. The primary way that Wittgenstein pushes his philosophy a bit away from Platonism is to introduce elements of contextualism and fallibilism within bedrock statements, which takes away the transcendental, absolutist aspect of Platonism. While it is true that feelings of pain function as bedrock statements within the language game of sensations, these bedrock statements can always be changed if the language game itself changes. While it is incoherent to doubt bedrock statements, it remains the case that they are open to revision and do not attain transcendental status in Wittgenstein's ontological framework, as they do in Platonic ontology. These elements of contextualism and fallibilism are what makes these statements quasi-analytic and not purely analytic. They are akin to the Foucauldian idea of the historical a priori, as in they're analytic only within the context of a particular paradigm or episteme. However, all this seems to do is prohibit the ontological aspect of the grammatical statement from acquiring a transcendental status. While it is true that bedrock statements are revisable because of the contingent nature of any given language game, bedrock statements still provide the ontological foundation of meaning. This point can be more clearly seen by introducing the Deleuzian distinction between representation and production within language. In Ray Dardieu's article, for instance, he outlines this distinction that Deleuze makes between representation and production. His conception of a realm of what is thinkable but not representable is similar to Wittgenstein's saying showing distinction. That is, a distinction that maintains that there exists more to language beyond mere representation. Within Wittgenstein's early philosophical thought in the Tractatus, he looked at language as abstractly representational, such as through his picture theory of language. But in his later thought, he modifies this theory to incorporate the social use of language to play a foundational part in his philosophy. This changes the characteristic of the representation from abstract representation to a more grounded representation of social practice. It's no longer the case that language represents the world abstractly, but rather language is shaped by practice and the meaning is governed by the use of language within a form of life. However, Deleuze's idea of production through signification also seems to show up in Wittgenstein's thought. Dieu notes how Deleuze looks at science as the production of reality. And here is where we can truly see the separation between material existence and signification within Wittgensteinian thought. While our use and understanding of language is shaped through societal practices, there still remains a realm of signification that extends beyond material existence. Within Wittgenstein's thoughts on meaning determinacy, bedrock quasi-analytic statements function as this realm of signification. This line of thought allows us to invert the causalities that McDowell provides us within his reading of Wittgenstein. Rather than societal practice providing us with the determinate meaning of language, it is instead language that provides us with a framework that makes it possible for us to express meaning. Social practice within linguistic communities then utilize this abstract framework to construct their meaning. So I would therefore like to put forward a reading of Wittgenstein that slightly alters McDowell's interpretation. While McDowell claims that Wittgenstein's theory of meaning determinacy is a middle position, I would argue that Wittgenstein comes a lot closer to Platonism than reductive naturalism, such that one could essentially classify his account as a version of Platonism that discards transcendentalism and adds contextualism.
2 minutes.
Both key elements of reductive naturalism, that is, subjectivity and empiricism, are completely discarded by quasi-analytic statements, as is made clear in his commentary on sensation statements, where he divorces the claims from subjectivity and empiricism by arguing that they are not empirical or metaphysical claims, but rather grammatical statements. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? If there is an online question, feel free to join and ask directly.
I have one, if you don't see my hand.
Hi, I can hear you, but only very slightly.
Okay, if I scream, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you better now.
Right. Okay. That your talk covered a lot of ground, so I'm not sure I fully got everything, but I think I want to put pressure on a few things you say, because I think I think your reading of McDowell reading Wittgenstein is not right, or doesn't seem right to me. I mean, I think that the key point of McDowell's Wittgenstein is to say that he does not put forth any full-blooded theory of meaning at all in his rule-following considerations. So he doesn't offer a straight solution. He also doesn't offer a skeptical solution. What he offers is a dissolution. So sort of a kind of therapeutic dissolution of the assumptions that motivate the rule-following problem in the first place. I think you can clearly see this in his 1984 paper and his 1992 paper on rule following. And so this is my question would be where you get that reading from of McDowell. And the second one is, maybe I missed it, but I don't think you said what you mean by bedrock statements. Do you mean, so if you mean the like framework propositions or hinge propositions of like uncertainty, I think, I mean, those, I read them as more or less being about epistemic justification, but not about a foundation for semantics, anything. So I was also puzzled about the connection there.
We have 2 minutes for answer.
Yeah, your voice was a bit fuzzy, so I'm not sure I made out everything, but with McDowell, with the stuff on skeptical solution versus straight solution, I think that's, yeah, I would agree that McDowell's interpretation tries to move away from that dichotomy, but I'm not necessarily interpreting McDowell as being within that spectrum, but I would say that I think that through McDowell's reading, one can actually move more towards the straight solution of that spectrum, if that makes sense. And the question about bedrock statements, I couldn't quite hear everything, but what I mean by bedrock statements is similar to what Wittgenstein means by grammatical statements. And so it's essentially like the example I used, the Foucauldian concept of the historical a priori. It's a statement that is analytic, but it's sort of contingently analytic.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Johannes Abel from Ludwig Maximilians University, Munich, Germany, with the topic Wittgenstein on Learning and Education.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can you hear me? Sorry,
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, you can hear me. I tried to share my screen. Does this work? Can you see my presentation?
We can see the presentation as well.
Okay, and now you should see the second transparency. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. So my talk is on Wittgenstein on learning and education. Title is here. I have two parts. The first part is what I call the negativistic approach. I will explain the background and then I will talk on training, German Abrichtung in Wittgenstein and Heidegger. And the second part is the affirmative part. I will talk on the chess example and then again on Heidegger. Okay, I started reading Wittgenstein this year as part of a project of philosophy of education. So I have a different background than you have. I come from Kierkegaard, or than most of you have. I come from Kierkegaard and I'm interested in description and analysis of negative phenomena, of an ethics of not that way. So this is my horizon, the horizon of my reading and my interpretation. Okay, I start with Wittgenstein on training. Language teaching here is not explaining, but training, German Abrichtung. Teaching by showing references is a special form of school. So if we think from an Augustinian perspective, from an Augustinian understanding of language, words as names of things, if we move within a thing ontology, this leads to a repressive form of teaching, of training, like training a dog, without real explanation or understanding. Language is here more understood as a thing, not as human action or as play. Looking up a picture in a chart is learned via training. And part of this training, the student is learning to go horizontal in the chart with his finger from left to right. Couldn't we imagine further rules to explain these rules? So if we understand a rule as an applicable exact chart, this leads to rule application by learning to move your finger over the paper, literally. So we have a form of trivial mechanical learning, which is a repressive form of learning. And explanation would require a further explanation. So we have an infinite regress. It's a bottomless idea of learning, of training. So it's a misunderstanding of the key concepts of rule and game in Wittgenstein. As a comparison, I will quote now from Heidegger's contributions to philosophy. If we accept, as we are supposed to, the predetermined essence of modern science, its pure and necessarily subserving character of business, I think it's Geschäftigkeit or Geschäft, and the required institutions, then we may expect here, even calculate, huge advancements in science. These progresses will raise the exploitation of the earth, castigation and training of people to levels that are unimaginable today. This cannot be prevented or stopped by romantic memories of the past or of a past state. So according to Heidegger, the age of exact science is the age of training, and therefore also the age of a repressive form of education. Heidegger literally says that the crisis of education is on the same level as the climate crisis. Heidegger shares Wittgenstein's idea of a critique of, there should be critique. He shares Wittgenstein's idea of the critique of exact measurements, of charts, and of application. Sorry, I will add this to my notes. This should be critique. Okay. So it's a critique of reductionism and quantification, a critique of any form of thing ontology, and there is no simple way back. So it's an overall pessimistic outlook. So I come now to part 2, to the affirmative part. In Kierkegaard, there is no positive conceptual turnaround via the negation of the negation. So it's negative dialectics, not that way is all we can say. And I'm now interested if Wittgenstein can say more than learning should be not training. And to explore this matter, I come to Wittgenstein's On Chess. A chess move, I quote from the Philosophical Investigations, a chess move does not simply mean moving a piece a certain way on the board, but in the circumstances we call playing a game of chess. I mean, this figure is called king, not a piece of wood I'm pointing at. So, again, playing chess is essentially not moving pieces of wood on the board, although this is what physically happens. This is what we can observe with science. Wittgenstein critiques any form of thing ontology. In fact, we don't need any things. Chess can also be played online, or chess can be played in thought only. I tell you how I draw, you tell me how you draw. And a king is not a piece of wood. He has a meaning in the context of the game, and the game is essentially played. So how, what does Wittgenstein say on learning the game? A game is played according to certain rules. It's being told the learner, and its application, it's practiced. A rule is either used in teaching nor in the or a rule is neither used in teaching nor in the game itself, nor is it written down in the book of rules. You can learn the game by watching others play. And later he says you can also think somebody has learned the game without ever learning rules or expressing them, and language is not naming things. Reference is something different than use. So what is learning chess? So we can think the first idea might be you learn to name the figures, the king, the queen, the rook. So this completely misses the point. Then we could also think you can learn how to move the figures. So the king is allowed to do one step, the rook can go straight, the other figure can only move in the diagonals. But this is only the game mechanics. This enables you to play, but it's not really, you cannot say that you can play chess if you know the game mechanics. It enables you to play by the rules. It may look like playing, but it isn't really what we would consider to be playing. So learning how to play takes years. And how is this done? We can study the game, we can watch others play. We necessarily have to play ourselves. It doesn't go just in theory, but it's tough to say what that really is. And as Kierkegaard says, maybe we cannot grab the micro level of learning. Maybe there's a leap in transition of learning from the state of I cannot play to I can play. So actually we in the age of internet can do what Wittgenstein suggests in the quotation. I will go back to the, you can also think somebody has learned the game without ever learning rules or expressing them. So there's actually there are more chess players, but there is one very famous one who plays online, and you can watch him and he's talking while he's playing. So he expresses his thought, he verbalizes his thoughts. I just gave you the channel if you're interested. And if you watch him play, you see that he thinks in figures. He doesn't think in algorithms, or not mainly, but he thinks in figures, pictures, and structures. So this is very close to Wittgenstein's understanding as picturing in the philosophical investigations. What you also can learn there is that you need devotion to the game. So there's no real learning without passion, and there's no final textbook. So it's maybe more an art than a science. And I will briefly talk about Heidegger's outlook. So von Heidegger says we live in the age of training and in the age of Abrichtung. So there's not really a simple overcoming. So the question is not how can we learn, but how can we overcome the age of training? So with Heidegger, there's a more pessimistic outlook. There's a need for a new beginning. And what we have to do, according to Heidegger, is to transform the privation of absence of being into the necessity of creation. So there's the necessity of thought and questioning, and hope rests also more on art, not on science. So to conclude, training is a Abrichtung is a repressive form of trivial learning as part of thinking in terms of a thing ontology. Wittgenstein describes learning how to play. It's really hard to grab, seems to be more an art than a science. And Heidegger, who also describes training, sees a more fundamental crisis and a need for a new beginning. There's no positive concept of learning or of play in Heidegger. Okay, I think I have I have some more minutes, but I actually don't need them. I'm through with. I have to say thank you very much.
You have more time if you would like to add something.
No, maybe you have a question I can answer it. So I know I did go quicker. I prepared 20 slides about, but I was obviously much quicker than I thought. So I can also give the time. The schedule was very tight. We could also start earlier, and I can give some kind of discussion to the next presenter who maybe needs the whole 20 minutes. It's also no problem for me.
Well, thank you very much for making my job easier. All right. Do we have any questions? Oh,
yeah, I mean,
we have many questions actually, so it will take some time, but we have plenty.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I actually have a suggestion or something that maybe could help you, or just to know if you know. Do you know the work of Desiree Weber and some people that call the pedagogical reading of Wittgenstein?
No,
like
not yet.
Philosophical investigations and also uncertainty. They are behind the translation and editing of the like the dictionary that Wittgenstein made for his students in Kirchberg in Austria. At that time he was a professor there. I think that there are a lot of new things about the way Wittgenstein understands education and training and pedagogical teams. And I think that it actually, I would recommend, maybe if you don't have time to read all the books and things like that, I would recommend the paper from Desiree Weber. I could also send you later, because it really expands on how we should understand Wittgenstein's writing in relation to education and training and things like that, that may be suitable for your research.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I didn't really get into the research literature. I just started reading myself, and I found this concept of training, which also I know from Heidegger. And so I got interested in a comparison of Wittgenstein and Heidegger in that point, and the more, I would say, optimistic outlook of Wittgenstein. Wittgenstein has a positive example instead of Heidegger, who sees an age of training that we have to overcome. Yeah, but thank you very much. I would. What was the title of the paper again? It was
pedagogical reading.
Okay,
Wittgenstein's work.
Yeah, this I got. Yeah.
Of the author is Weber, Desiree Weber.
Yeah,
Also
thank you very much. I will certainly
very
look
good.
that
And
up.
it's novel in the same way, only now from German to English. That's he made. Also a lot of big stuff there. Anyway, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I will definitely look that up.
We have more questions.
Yeah, I mean, whose turn is it to ask a question?
I don't know. Should I ask the? I don't have.
Can we
the
please take one
full
question from the
screen.
live audience here, and after that we will take online questions. If
Okay.
that's okay.
Okay, then you have a view of this. Yeah. Okay.
Hello, Panama University.
Hello, I can hear you.
Hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes, great. Just are you with the act of the drug of the clinicians?
Sorry, now I can. Now I don't. Now it's interrupted again. Now maybe I can.
Can you please adjust the position of your mic a little bit?
Now.
Or can anyone else who understood the question repeat the question for me?
Now. Me.
Can you hear? Can you hear anyone except for my?
Does it help if I open the stream? I will try this. I will open the YouTube stream.
Nah.
Okay, now it's repeat the question for me.
Sound is late a little bit. Can you hear me? You have to turn on your microphone. We cannot hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I can hear you very well, but from the audience it was cut off. I didn't get the question.
Okay, we will try to repeat the question and let us know. Can you hear it?
No. Sorry, I didn't hear the question. If anybody who got it could maybe type
Just a
it into the
second.
chat.
We are working on this.
Is this any better?
Yeah, now I can hear you better.
Yes.
Okay, now I get you.
I just wanted to ask, are you familiar with the structure of the philosophical investigations? So the so-called voices that appear in the investigations, like the therapist, the patient, etc. Because it seems to me that in your expositions, you have mixed various things said by various people. So to make it a bit more simple, everything that is written in the investigations, it's not something, not everything is what Wittgenstein thinks on a certain topic or what he claims, but something is something that he writes in order for him to then dispute it. So it seems to me that you haven't made this difference, because I see a lot of different things here. So, and could you please specify what you think by saying that training is much more like art than like science? Because it's really fuzzy to me.
I didn't say training is more like an art, like science. I said learning is more like an art than a science. I'm sure I know that the Augustinian understanding of learning is not Wittgenstein's position. And I also know that the work, the philosophical investigations, is so complex that I cannot just give an interpretation or assume that my interpretation is shared by anyone. I think it's such a complex work which is interpreted in analytic philosophy as well as in the continental tradition. There are people who think he's the forethinker of an analytic tradition. There are people who think this is an existentialist work. So I think I cannot give a complete interpretation, and we cannot probably agree. So I think the Augustinian perspective is of course not Wittgenstein's perspective. I assume that the concepts of play and game are used affirmatively, that this is where Wittgenstein wants to go, but we could of course debate on that. I didn't say training is more like an art than a science. I said learning is more like an art than a science, because I derived this from the chess example. If we think about learning chess, what I think is very convincing is finally after a certain level, we learn by watching somebody play, and we learn by playing ourselves. And it's more than algorithms. It's more than a textbook, more than things you can specify. You see this if you watch the chess player that I quoted. He thinks in figures. So he looks at the chessboard and he thinks, oh, there is a structure colliding. I'm building now something here. So he completely doesn't think in terms like a chess computer would think in terms of mathematical problem solving. So he's more, if you watch him play, I think he's in a certain way, he's more an artist than a scientist. This is what I wanted to show or to explain or to refer to.
We have time for more questions. I'm allowing questions because our last participant. There was an online question, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, that's me probably. Yeah, about so I wonder can you maybe just tell me what Heidegger text was it about the age of training?
Oh, this is I worked with the philosophical investigations, philosophische und no, sorry, with contributions to philosophy, Beiträge zur Philosophie.
Okay.
And I can give you the page number.
No, but then there is something more constructive, if you will, regarding education, Heidegger, which is in his Rektoratsrede. It already has, I mean, it's one of his later works, so it's steeped in the language of like Nazi Germany in the 30s, but it's not necessarily like a Nazi text. But he says more about education there, and yeah, maybe I should leave it at that.
Yeah, I know that there is also in Heidegger, he interprets Plato's myth of the cave in Wegmarken, so we could also derive something affirmatively there, what Heidegger thinks about what education maybe should be, should not be. I worked with the concept of training and with the texts around the concept of training. Yeah, but thank you very much. I will certainly take that down and add it. Thank you.
We have one more question from the audience.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
For your talk. So when Wittgenstein in
Now it's more difficult again.
Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah, now I can hear you again.
So when Wittgenstein talks about the Augustinian picture of language, he says that Augustine describes a language, only not everything that we call language. So maybe this can be applicable to learning as well, where the Augustinian picture describes a learning, only not everything we call learning is that. So I'm thinking of the case of chess, where if you're teaching very beginners chess, it is just to say the bishop moves on diagonals. It's useful just to describe in simple rules how you play chess. But then you may say something like, well, everything we call playing chess cannot be described by these rules. But it doesn't mean that there is no place for that very simple rule-based description of the game. And also I was confused about some of the things you were saying when it was like, what it is to be playing chess, because I think very beginners, even after, you said it may take years to play chess. I just don't think that's at all true, because even after just an hour of teaching a child how to play chess, I think we would want to say they're playing chess. But again, maybe not everything we want to call playing chess is just what a child can do when they've learned it for an hour. And if you look at exactly, grandmasters like Nakamura, then there's something else going on there. But I was just wondering if you think there's any role for this kind of, you call it a repressive form of language, but maybe it's a repressive form of teaching, but maybe it's only repressive if you take all teaching to be that form of teaching. So I wonder if you think there's some kind of distinction like that, like it describes a form of learning, but not everything that we would want to call learning or something like that.
Yeah, so this is debatable. If we say that if somebody has learned the rules of chess an hour ago, then and now he's playing and he's moving the figures the right way and trying to if we call really playing, or if it's just something moving within the rules and within the mechanics of the rules. So I argued that there's a step to playing chess from just being able to know how to move the pieces correctly. This was my argument. Yeah, probably you're right, and on the very basic level we might need something like that, but I think the border of this to being repressive is very small. So if we think about learning a language, you could argue it's necessary to learn vocabulary, but how, and maybe it's not. So maybe vocabulary learning by a table, this means that, this means that. Maybe I would, so I'm an English teacher as well. So I would assume this is already tends towards a repressive form of education, that you learn by heart, this word means that. So this is what I would argue is not the kind of creative learning process that we want. And I think you can learn a language without learning vocabulary that way. And you can probably learn chess without being instructed directly, just by watching others play and figuring it out. But of course, in chess, the chess example doesn't seem to be dangerous, but if we transfer it to education, it maybe can be, maybe it's more critical there. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Johannes. And thank you to all participants in this session.
Thank you.
This was our last talk, and we will finish with this session a little bit earlier than planned. I will ask you to continue your discussions in a coffee break, which will be a bit longer than expected. So see you again here at 3:50.
Não vou vir internet. Não vou vir internet. Só me dá apresentado se você quiser. Tu je, tu je.
Da ću svima govoriti da idu za ove gore. Moguće je to, da. Tamo je na katedri, dobro. Ne znam da je radio super i onda je počeo na Matino pitanju zezati. Dobro,
Možda
nema
s
veze.
baterije. Nemam šta drugo.
Sad dolazi najteži naslov. Najteži. Dobro, to je izazov, što sad? Što sad?
Hello?
Hello again.
Hello all.
Welcome to session 3A, and thank you for joining us. This session contains 4 talks. Each talk should be at most 20 minutes long, followed by 5 minutes discussion. Our first speaker is Mate Penava from the University of Zadar, Croatia, with topic Wittgenstein on Wittgenstein, the legitimacy of Kripke's interpretation of Wittgenstein.
Thank you, Maya. So,
Is everything all right?
yeah. So, my topic is, as Maya said, Wittgenstein or Wittgenstein, the legitimacy of Kripke's interpretation of Wittgenstein. So, as we know, there is a tendency to say that some mental states of selves are private. So, it's usually said that they're private in a way that nobody can accept their owner nor their nature. So this is often thought to be true, for example, for the phenomenological qualities of sensations. For example, as we can find something similar in the Blue Book. I know that you also call this color blue, but I do not know if you see it the way I see it. So this or such qualities could be labeled as private objects. As we find in the article of Edward Craig, Meaning and Privacy, Craig poses 2 questions. Does the nature of private object influence, and can it influence semantics of our natural language used for interpersonal communication? That's the first one. And the second one, can there be a private language in which an individual marks facts about its private object for later usage. So this second point is mostly expounded and talked about when we talk about the private language argument in Wittgenstein's philosophy. So the received view about privacy in the philosophical investigations is the paragraph 243 of the investigation. So this received view says that this is where the private language argument begins. So it begins with this quote, but is it also conceivable that there be a language in which a person could write down or give voices to his individual experiences and his feelings, moods, and so on for his own use? Well, can't we do so in our ordinary language? Yes, but this is not what I mean. The words of this language are to refer to what only the speaker can know, i.e. to his immediate private sensations. So another person cannot understand this language. But as we all know, there are some dissenting voices regarding the place where the private language argument begins in the investigation. So we have, for example, Robert Fogel as the first one in 1976. He says that Wittgenstein's reason for saying that obeying rule is a practice provide the framework for examining the possibility of a private language. Jakob Hintika and his late Jakob Hintika and his late wife, Meryl Hintika, in their book from 1986, stressed that if Wittgenstein had a rock-bottom private language argument, that is an argument against the possibility of private languages, it is his discussion of rule following in philosophical investigations, sections 143 to 242. And of course, we have Kripke with his famous book, Wittgenstein on rules and private language. Of all these books, Kripke's book has received most negative attention. Many notable philosophers have written extensively to prove Kripke wrong. However, as Martin Kusch claims, none of the criticism are decisive. Consequently, the aim of this talk would be to spell out the main points of criticism and to show that most of them are not validly attributed to Kripke. This would further show that Kripke can be said to offer to us an adequate interpretation of the philosophical investigation, although it is only an interpretation and, of course, not the only viable one. So when talking about criticism of Kripke, one of the most influential criticisms of his interpretation of Wittgenstein was the book-length criticism that was provided by Peter Hacker and Gordon Baker 2 years after Kripke's book was published. And I will also briefly mention some of the criticism by Candlish and Risley in their 2019 article, Private Language at the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. The response to these authors will mostly be channeled through the book Martin Kusch and his extended treatment of the topic. This topic mostly dealt with will be whether it makes sense to attribute skepticism to Wittgenstein at all. Is the structure of Wittgenstein on rules of private language anything similar to structure of philosophical investigations? What is the rightful place of philosophical investigations 201 and 202? And what is the place of the traditional private language argument in Kripke's interpretation? First of all, as Andre mentioned nicely this morning in his keynote speech, there are some philosophers that claim that Kripke's skepticism is epistemological, but Kripke himself would not agree, he would not allow for this interpretation. For example, Kandlish and Brisley say, what Kripke means by this comparison, the human problem, is that Wittgenstein is questioning the nexus between the past act of meaning and subsequent practices in a way analogous to that with which Hume questions the causal nexus between a single past event and a subsequent one. Or, as we find in Baker and Hacker's book, the question, how do you know what you mean by it? Something is an already as, how do you know what you expect to happen? The question concerns one's certainty about one's possession of the continuity of an ability of skill, and in as much as one exercises skill frequently, one is typically confident and rightly so. There is no room here for a serious skeptical foothold, or a bit below, there is no such thing as understanding a rule correctly, but being in general at a loss over how to apply it. But the thing that is mostly troubling is that it has to be admitted that Kripke presents this argument in epistemological terms. Namely, the skeptic questions asserted about my answer to the famous addition problem. What does 68 plus 57 amount to? Or my confidence to answer 125 on the aforementioned addition task. What is more, Kripke explicitly says that whether there is any fact that I mean plus not QS is the main point. So it's a question of ontology. That is the question that Kripke poses, is not how I know what a fact makes it so that in the past I meant addition by plus, but rather is there or can there be any such fact in the first place? And as he says, it's clear that the skeptical challenge is not really an epistemological one. It purports to show that nothing in my mental history or past behavior, not even what an omniscient God would know, could establish whether I meant plus or Q's. But then it appears to follow that there was no fact about me that constituted me having meant plus rather than Q's. So it's a question of ontology. So Hacker and Baker have further criticism of overall skepticism that can or cannot be attributed to Wittgenstein. And this takes us to this discussion. Regarding this issue, Hacker and Baker point out that Kripke is completely off track when he equates Wittgenstein with the skeptic, as Wittgenstein has considered skepticism as nonsense throughout his career. But they are wrong in claiming that Kripke attributes the label of skeptic to Wittgenstein. Namely, Kripke says that Wittgenstein never allows, or almost certainly would not allow, the label skeptic. So what has Kripke in mind? He has in mind a more specific view. That is skepticism regarding meaning determinism. So this is the point. His skepticism is not over the board. Kripke is not claiming that Wittgenstein launches a general attack on our beliefs that are concerned with meaning or intentions, but that Kripke has a more specific view, that is, Wittgenstein is skeptical only towards a certain understanding of rules and meaning, those understanding that Kusch calls meaning determinists. However, Bacon and Hacker are right to point out that Kripke wrongly attributes the position of a common sense philosopher to Wittgenstein. What is meaning determinism according to Kusch? For example, in terms of meaning determinism, an X means Y by a Z is true only if X has a certain mental state. This mental state is private, it is known immediately, and further corollaries of this are grasping of the rule, semantic normativity, objectivity, classical realism, and metaphysical justification. I won't go into detail about this because it concerns more the point whether Kripke's argument is valid, not if it is a good interpretation of Wittgenstein or not. The next question I wish to address is the question of patient versus skeptic. The patient of the philosophical investigations can be seen as a meaning determinist in Kripke's book. So the meaning determinists of Wittgenstein and on rules and private language can be seen as very similar to the point that Wittgenstein's patient makes in the philosophical investigations. For example, we find in 146, the understanding itself is a state which is a source of the correct views. So to be able to say that X means Y by Z is to have a mental state. It is as we could, it is as if we could grasp the whole use of a word in a flash. So this is immediacy. The rule produces all its consequences in advance, so its normativity, etc., etc. So there is a great similarity between this voice of the patient and the voice of the meaning determinist in Wittgenstein on rules and private language. Concerning the role of philosophical investigations 201 and 202, Hacker and Baker say that 201 and 202 are not that important. The problem of multiple interpretation is first introduced in investigations 198 without reference to the paradox, and the solution is offered right away. To follow the rule is to
2 minutes.
Okay. So, what is Kusch's response to this? Wittgenstein, Kripke offers an attempt of rational reconstruction. He is discerning one specific pattern in philosophical investigations, and to critique that the rule following paradox dissolves outside meaning determinism is not a criticism, because that is Kripke's point. Because we have the paradox only inside meaning determinism. And regarding the traditional private language argument, it's true that Kripke gives too little credit to it, because we find a lot of new elements inside this paragraph. For example, critique of private ostensive definitions and inalienability and epistemic privacy of sensations. But we have to say that in establishing any practice or institution, we need a general framework of that that describes how any rule governed activity is carried out. So these rule following considerations are very important, but not the whole picture regarding the private language algorithm. So is Kripke's interpretation vindicated or not? It's more certainly not the only viable alternative, but Kripke is right in attributing a very important role in rule following consideration and connecting them to the idea of a possibility of a private language or impossibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions from the audience? Please raise your hand if you have a question. Are there any online questions? We have one. Feel free to ask. Is there any question from online participant? Because I think that we saw one. Maybe turn on your mic if you haven't. All right. It seems that we have no question. Thank you, Martin.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sergio de Souza from the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, with the topic Semantic Naturalism and the Normativity of Meaning.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello, we can hear you.
Oh, that's fantastic. Okay, so I will have to share my screen since I will have to share my slides, okay? Can you see it?
We can see it.
That's fantastic. Thank you very much. Okay, so here we go. First of all, thank you all for the organization of this International Ludwig Wittgenstein Symposium. I'm Sergio. I'm talking here in Brazil. It's a pity that I couldn't travel to Zagreb. Okay, so first of all, I had to change the title of this talk since it is only 20 minutes that I have to talk. So I will not talk about semantic naturalism, but only about the normativity of meaning, okay? It is the kernel of the paper in which this presentation is based. So I think that it was the right decision. I hope that I will not talk more than I should. Okay, so here we go. I'll talk a bit about Wittgenstein, and to be more frank, I'll talk a bit about a certain debate that has grown up after the publication of Wittgenstein's book, okay? So the normativity of meaning. Meaning is normative. This slogan is regarded by many philosophers as capturing an essential characteristic of meaning. This is largely the result of an enthusiastic reception of Kripke's controversial interpretation of Wittgenstein's rule following considerations. So several philosophers argue that linguistic meaning is intrinsically normative. So several people accept this slogan, such as Paul Boghosian, Anandi Hattengadi, and others, okay? So why is meaning said to be intrinsically normative? Because it is in virtue of the fact that from the attribution of a meaning to a linguistic expression, it follows that there is a rule in force which specifies the correct and incorrect applications of this expression. So, from the fact that the speaker attributes the meaning M to an expression E, it follows that there is a semantic rule in force which specifies the correct and incorrect applications of E. The semantic rule for the use of the linguistic expression specifies the correctness conditions for its use. For instance, the semantic rule for the use of T with meaning T establishes that T, the word T, is correctly applied to T and incorrectly applied to non-T. Okay, so this is the basic idea of correctness conditions for the application of a given meaningful expression. So what is the thesis of the normativity of meaning? It is the thesis that the fact that semantic rules are enforced for the use of a meaningful expression is a direct consequence of the intrinsically normative character of meaning. So this debate assumes that semantic rules are non-instrumental. If they were instrumental, meaning would not be intrinsically normative. The specification by a semantic rule that the use of an expression is correct follows exclusively from the meaning attached to this expression. The validity of instrumental rules are contingent upon the agent's intention, but the correctness conditions established by semantic rules are not so contingent. Since instrumental rules are the rules that you should do something, provided that you want other thing. If you want to reach a certain goal, certain end, they are contingent for your intention to do that, to achieve that end. Okay. So semantic rules are a direct consequence of the meaning of the expression. They are enforced as a direct consequence of the meaning of that expression alone. Okay. And what are prescriptions? Prescriptions are rules that determine what the agent ought to or ought not to do, an obligation, as well as what an agent may or may not do, a permission. In opposition, non-prescriptive rules don't specify what an agent ought to or may do. A non-prescriptive rule is the rule of measurement established by the meter bar in Paris. It is correct to say that a given object is 1 meter in length if and only if this object and the meter bar have the same length. But this notion of correctness is distinct from the one involved in a prescriptive rule because it follows from the latter that an agent ought to or may act correctly, while from a non-prescriptive rule, it does not follow that. Okay? So if you have a prescription, it follows that you have a certain obligation, a permission. If this is not a prescription, if this is a non-prescriptive rule, it doesn't follow that you have an obligation or permission to correctly apply your meaningful expression. I hope that this is clear at this point of this talk, okay? So now we have a problem here, that are semantic rules prescriptive? Does it follow from the attachment of meaning to an expression that there are prescriptive semantic rules? In what follows, I will argue that the simple argument, the main argument for semantic prescriptivism, the thesis that semantic rules are prescriptive, is flawed. So what I want to do in the rest of this talk is to show that what I will call as the simple argument is flawed, since it fails to establish the case for semantic prescriptivism, namely the thesis that semantic rules are prescriptive. Okay? So here we go. What's the difference between prescriptivism and anti-prescriptivism semantic? Okay? Semantic prescriptivism and anti-prescriptivism. So, provided that the speaker attaches a meaning to an expression, is that an obligation or permission enforced for the speaker to use this expression in accordance with its correctness conditions, that is, to use it correctly. So here we have two different positions. One opposes the other, okay? The first is semantic prescriptivism, according to which meaning is intrinsically prescriptive. From the fact that an expression E means M, it follows that E ought to or may be used correctly, and that E ought not to or may not be used incorrectly. Thus, just to mention an example, if I mean green by the word green, I have the obligation or the permission to apply green to a given object if and only if this object is green. semantic rules are prescriptive. If the speaker attaches a meaning to an expression, there is a prescription for the speaker to correctly use this expression. Okay, this is the thesis of semantic prescriptivists like Wittgenstein, Witting, and Wittgenstein himself. And now we have semantic anti-prescriptivism. It does not follow from the fact that the speaker attaches a meaning to an expression, providing it with correctness conditions, that a semantic prescription is enforced for the speaker. So here's the simple argument for semantic prescriptivism, okay? Let's start. Consider a semantic rule for the use of an expression which specifies the correctness conditions for its use. For a speaker, S, a time T, a meaning M, a linguistic expression E, a property F, and X are referent of E, the semantic rule has the following structure. CC here stands for correctness conditions, okay? So E means M for S at T. If that's the case, then for every X, S correctly applies E to X if and only if X is F, okay? So here is another example. This rule is enforced for the use of green by S. If the word green means green for S at time T, then for every given X, S correctly applies the word green to X if and only if X is green. I think that now it's pretty clear, right? If this word green means green for you, you have to, you correctly applies this word to something only if and only if this something is green, okay? So the word green is correctly applied to green things, but incorrectly applied to not green things, non-green things, okay? If one could show that it is a consequence from this fact alone that a semantic rule is enforced prescribing the correct use of this expression to the speaker, a knockdown argument for semantic prescriptivism would be established. And this is precisely the strategy of the simple argument as developed by people like Paul Wittgenstein and Daniel Witting. So what is this argument? That, according to it, there are conceptual entailments from semantic rules to prescriptive consequence. Since the very notion of correctness is intrinsically prescriptive, the existence of semantic prescriptions is a direct consequence of the existence of correctness conditions for meaningful expressions. So let's here see this case. I will argue that there are two functions that a rule enforced can have when it specifies correctness conditions for an action. There is a prescriptive function and a descriptive function. So take a look at this example. Rule R, it is correct for a child to play in the park, in a given park, if and only if the child's height is not inferior to 1 meter, okay? Is this rule prescriptive? What happens is that there are two interpretations going on here. The first one, the prescriptive one, establishes that it is allowed for a child to play in the park if and only if the child's height is not inferior to 1 meter. Okay? Notice that this prescription interpretation says that it is allowed for a child to play in the park if and only if. Okay? But there is also a descriptive interpretation, according to which what is established is a descriptive rule, DR. It is safe for a child to play in the park if and only if the child's height is not inferior to 1 meter. Notice that the prescriptive rule talks about what is allowed, and the descriptive rule talks about what is safe, okay? So R is prescriptive if it should be interpreted as PR. It states a permission that children with heights equal or superior to 1 meter can play in the park. Otherwise, there is a prohibition, okay? But if DR is the right interpretation of R, no prescription follows here. After all, notice that DR merely states whether it is safe or not for children to play in the park. A rule like DR is not prescriptive because it merely describes the conditions under which it is safe for a child to play in the park based on the child's height, okay? It merely describes when it is safe for the child to play in the park and when it's not safe, okay? Once it established that it is safe for a given child to play in the park, it would only follow from it a prescription, provided that it is enforced another rule to play in the park. It would only follow from it a prescription, provided that it is enforced another rule besides DR, namely a prescriptive rule. For instance, the rule that a child is allowed to play in the park if and only if it is safe to play in the park. Okay, this is another rule. It is different from DR. Supposing that there is no prescriptive rule in force, no prescription follows from the fact that it is safe for the child to play in the park. It is a descriptive matter if the height of a given child is in accordance with DR. It is simply the nature of fact that the child has or does not have a certain height. And here comes the problem. Does the specification of an action as correct always have prescriptive implications? Of course, as I said before, I will develop an argument that this is not the case. I will argue that this is not the case specifically regarding semantic rules, okay? That is, I will argue that semantic rules are descriptive like DR, not prescriptive like PR. So we come here to the last section, just have a few minutes left. Semantic rules. In order for the simple argument to demonstrate semantic prescriptivism, it is required that the very sense of the correctness of an action, as involved in the notion of semantic correctness, to be prescriptive. So the very sense of the correctness of an action should be prescriptive in order for the simple argument to demonstrate semantic prescriptivism, okay? The reason is that the demonstration of semantic prescriptivism depends on the premise that it is a conceptual truth, and I highlight here, conceptual truth. It is a conceptual truth that the notion of semantic correctness is prescriptive. I will argue that the simple argument is flawed, since the notion of semantic correctness is descriptive, not prescriptive. So let's assume that the word horse means horse for me. So there is a semantic rule in force which determines that the word horse is correctly applied to an object if and only if this is a horse. Now suppose that I have applied the word horse to a non-horse. Would I have made a mistake? Well, if I actually had an intention to correctly apply my linguistic expressions, then I have made a mistake because this intention is fulfilled if and only if I apply the word horse to a horse. But note that this is a mistake only if I actually had the intention to correctly apply the word horse. Otherwise, there is no mistake. Maybe I have applied horse to a non-horse because I have the intention to lie, or because I have the intention to be ironical, sarcastic, or funny, to tell a joke, or to fool somebody. It is even possible that I have misapplied horse, the word horse, simply because I do have the intention to incorrectly apply this expression. In all of this case, I have incorrectly applied the word horse to fulfill some intention that I happen to have. Okay. The debate on semantic prescriptivism does not concern morality, but semantics. It's very important to note it here this debate is about semantic alone, not morality or moral obligations or religious obligations or political obligation. Okay. The semantic prescriptivist has to establish some case in which it is a semantic mistake to misapply an expression, even if the speaker has an intention which can only be fulfilled through an incorrect application of this expression. But in which circumstance would this happen? Well, if meaning is intrinsically prescriptive, the speaker is failing to fulfill a prescription in force and so making a mistake when the speaker fulfills an intention which requires the misapplication of an expression in order to be fulfilled. For instance, to lie, to tell a joke, etc. It is a corollary of semantic prescriptivism that there is a rule in force which prohibits assertions to aim at falsehood. For instance, the speaker to deliberately assert false sentences. How is it? But look, and this is the kernel of the problem of the simple argument from my point of view. How is it possible that by itself, the attribution of a meaning to an expression puts into force a rule which forbids actions that depend on the assertion of false sentences like lying and misleading? Likewise, how could there be semantic prohibitions to incorrectly use an expression in situations where the truth values of assertions and the correct use of meaningful expressions are not even relevant, such as in jokes or ironies? Would there be then a semantic prohibition to tell a joke or to be ironical? It's hard to make sense of this claim, right? That's my point here. So my last slide, the supposed prescription to tell the truth is of moral or religious provenance, and as such, depends on non-semantic elements. Furthermore, it is arguable that there are situations in which the speaker should not speak the truth, incorrectly applying meaningful expressions. For instance, suppose that the speaker's mother will die if the speaker tells the truth regarding who is the mother to the murderer. So in this case, I think that it is plausible that in such situations there is a prohibition for the speaker to lie. In this case, of course, I think that Kant is wrong when he thinks that in this case you have still to tell the truth, right? Okay, so there are, from my point of view here, these are insuperable difficulties for semantic prescriptivism. Its consequences are very implausible, and there is a high price to be paid by those who defend it. That is, to explain how could there be semantic prohibitions. On the one hand, it seems that the prohibition for a speaker to incorrectly apply their linguistic expressions doesn't have semantic provenance, but a religious or moral one. This kind of prohibitions doesn't look to be semantic ones, but religious prohibitions or moral prohibitions or political prohibitions, etc. On the other hand, I'm finishing. On the other hand, it seems that there is no circumstance in which it is a semantic mistake to incorrectly apply a linguistic expression, even if the speaker has an intention that can only be fulfilled through an incorrect application of this expression. So I conclude that there are strong reasons to conclude that the notion of semantic correctness does not perform the prescriptive function, only the descriptive function. That is, what I'm trying to show here is that semantic rules are not prescriptive, as I said before. It's not always the case that the correct use of a meaningful expression is the one that should be made. If one has the intention to lie, to be ironical, or fool somebody, it is the incorrect use of the expression that should be made. Since I think that I have just 1 minute, I think that this debate is very important for the debate on semantic naturalism, because you can only draw an objection to semantic naturalism if and only if you can show that there are semantic obligations. That is that semantic rules establish semantic obligations. Since I think that this is not the case, I don't think that you can raise an objection to semantic naturalism based on the fact that meaning is normative. Okay? So thank you very much. I will stop here.
Thank you, Sergio. Something tells me that we do have questions from the audience.
Okay,
Yes,
that's
we
good.
have one. Just a second, please. We have an online question as well. Am I right?
No, sorry, I just wanted to applaud. It was a great talk, but I
Okay.
misclicked.
Oh, thank you very much. Whoever talked.
Oh, hi, Sergio, can you hear me?
Yes, hello?
Hi, Sergio.
Hello,
Nice to-
Hugo.
Yeah, nice to meet my friend, actually. I met him in Brazil, so it's kind of fun. So, Sergio, I know that your talk was actually also your paper is also a lot on semantic naturalism, and you touched this topic a little bit in the end. Maybe I fully agree. There are
Yeah.
against the maybe it would be nice to hear more if you'd like to develop a bit more on the influence of this debate on semantic naturalism. What's the influence?
Yes, thank you, Hugo, for this question. Nice to see you again, even though I only saw your back. Okay, so yeah, this paper, this talk is based on a paper which is on the review now. And in this paper, what I try to show is that first, there are no semantic obligations. Semantic rules are intrinsically normative, but the kind of normative going on is not prescriptive, but descriptive. That is, the semantic rule only draws a distinction between two categories: the correct applications of a given word and the incorrect applications of this meaningful word. Okay, and what's the relevance for this of this debate to the debate on semantic naturalism? Semantic naturalism is the thesis that semantic facts, namely the fact that a given word has a certain meaning, is reducible to natural facts. Okay? And some people, and I think that is the case of Wittgenstein himself, even though there is a debate on it, but other people follow this path as well. Burghausen, for instance. Some people try to show that if there are semantic obligations, then such a naturalist reduction of semantic facts to natural facts is not viable. Why? Because they think that you cannot reduce ought to is. That is, you cannot reduce prescriptive fact, the fact that you have some obligation, to the fact that something is the case. Descriptive fact. And this is, of course, they draw on the tradition of people like David Hume and Moore, in which when they argue that, at least this is the case of Hume, you cannot derive an ought claim from an is claim. That is, you cannot imply that you should do something because something is the case. Right? For instance, you cannot imply that you should not, you should not murder because there are murders. Okay? In order for you to draw a prescriptive conclusion, something is required, something more is required, not only an is ought. So they think that you cannot derive an ought claim from an is claim, and since there are semantic obligations according to them, you cannot reduce semantic obligations to natural facts, precisely because natural facts, they are not prescriptive. But since I think that there are no semantic obligations, I don't think that the normativity of meaning is a problem for semantic naturalists. So that's the idea. I hope it's clear.
All right. Do we have more questions? Apparently not. Thank you, Sergio.
Thank you very much. Have a lovely day.
Our next speaker is Thomas Spiegel from the University of Potsdam, Germany, with the topic Two Types of Therapy in Wittgenstein.
Yes, exactly. Just give me a second to share the screen. And of course, tell me if something is going wrong, if you can hear me, if you can see the presentation, all of that stuff. All right. Yeah, thanks for having me. It's always great opportunity to be talking about Wittgenstein. And today I'm going to talk about something for the first time in Wittgenstein, and you are all my guinea pigs and in hearing myself think about this or talk about this, I guess. So I only have 20 minutes. This is what I'm going to say. I'm going to give you kind of an introduction to what I want to argue. I'm going to talk about what I think therapy is in the Tractatus. The second part is the weakest part of my talk, where I'm most unsure. The third part is about, well, psychotherapy after Wittgenstein discovers Sigmund Freud. And the fourth part is a bit of a conclusion. So first part. Something that irks me about the way many Wittgenstein scholars write about therapy in Wittgenstein is the following. So, these positions are very often represented. On the one hand, there are people who say there's a continuity thesis or continuity between the early and late Wittgenstein. They say Wittgenstein was concerned with philosophy as therapy in the Tractatus and later in life. And then there are people who have who ascribe to him something like, as I call, a therapeutic turn, that Wittgenstein became interested in philosophy as therapy after the 1930s, so like in the middle period or in the late period, however you want to carve it up. And both of these views share like an assumption that I find not very plausible, and I'm calling this here the singularity assumption, which is that Wittgenstein has one sense of, or one way in which to do therapy in philosophy, and this is to solve problems rather than solve them. So on one hand, some people say he's been doing this all the time. Some people say he's been doing this only later in life. And I think the shared assumption is incorrect. What I want to say here is that this singularity assumption is at least misleading. Maybe it's not entirely false, but it is misleading in a very bad way. And I think instead there are at least two notions of therapy in Wittgenstein that have crucial differences. And these two types are what I call, I don't know the name, I don't like the name yet, but I'm using it for now, what I call autotherapy in Wittgenstein, in the Tractatus, and then later what I call psychoanalytic philosophical therapy after 1930. And one difficulty in talking about this is that there's a lot of literature on Wittgenstein and Freud and on Wittgenstein and therapy. And the literature or the discourse is all over the place. Like there's no unified debate. You have analytic readers who are mainly focused on the Tractatus and maybe sometimes the philosophical investigations, but are not interested in Freud's influence on Wittgenstein. On the other hand, you have continental readers, I guess, who are really obsessed with with psychoanalysis and the effect of psychoanalysis onto culture and then onto Wittgenstein. And those people are rarely interested in what's going on in the Tractatus. And also, should say this, I'm not trying to make any comment on whether Wittgenstein's interpretation of Freud is faithful or is a good interpretation. Many people seem to be saying it's not. And I'm also neutral on the resolute versus the metaphysical readings of the Tractatus. So in this place, I'm first going to say something about the Tractatus. And for what has been called the therapeutic reading or therapy in the Tractatus, this sentence is the most important, I guess. It's the infamous letter statement. My propositions serve as elucidations in the following way. Who understands me eventually recognizes them as nonsensical when he has used them as steps to climb beyond them. He must, so to speak, throw away the ladder after he has climbed up it. He must transcend these propositions, and then he will see the world aright. And people of the resolute reading, who is Cora Diamond, Jim Conant, Thomas Ricketts, and many others, they think this is the most important statement in the Tractatus, and we have to take it so seriously that everything in the Tractatus, except the preface and this statement and a few other ones, are nonsense, are like string of words without meaning. And the resolute reading has also been called the therapeutic reading, because according to the resolute reading, the Tractatus tries to dissolve philosophical and metaphysical problems and doesn't bring forth any kind of account or thesis to solve them. And this is where the continuity thesis becomes important, because those people tend to think apparently that there's only one Wittgenstein engaged in therapy throughout his whole career. And regardless of whether these sort of extreme resolute readings have a point, it's certain that themes like dissolution and confusion and nonsense play an important role in the Tractatus. So of course you write something like, in this way, the most fundamental confusions are easily produced, or philosophy aims at the logical clarification of thoughts. And this is where I have done the least work so far, but I think one aspect that is sometimes neglected in this area is Kierkegaard's effect on Wittgenstein, or influence. And I think first we have to notice that there can be a certain connection between the form of a text and the content of the text. And Jim Conant has said it very well here. There's a tradition of philosophical writing in which the form of the philosophical text is thought to be integral to its purpose. The form of the text is modeled on a process of discovery. And Conant tries to make a lot of sense of this in the context of what nonsense is in the Tractatus. And I think that this does not only pertain to the idea of nonsense, but it pertains to the idea of therapy and dissolution, maybe even stronger. And I think that statements like this in the Tractatus can be read as a kind of what can only be said in German as Nachvollzug, as a kind of reenactment of a way of thinking that, by reenacting the sense of thinking or the way of thought, you come to a certain conclusion that you would not have gotten otherwise if you just presented with the content of an argument, so to speak. In this sense, I think that the Tractatus is more similar in style to something like Kierkegaard's Either or Descartes' Meditations, which are all, in my view, important examples of this kind of Nachvollzug or reenactment. And I think that if you are to describe what therapy is in the Tractatus, if you want to attach this label, I think it's a kind of autotherapy that Wittgenstein first and foremost does for himself, but then also the reader does have to do for himself or herself. And this is contrasted with what later happens. So the scholars are almost certain that Wittgenstein does not read Freud before 1920, but of course he probably had some familiarity with Freud through like the intellectual environment in Vienna and also his sister. And then he started reading Freud in the 20s and becomes fascinated with Freud until the end of his life. And his written reflections or recorded reflections probably start in 1930. And he never meets Freud himself, as far as we know, but his sister meets Freud during herself working at a hospital, at a mental hospital, and she herself receives receives psychoanalysis from him, and later in life she helps Freud escape the Nazis. So they had a really important relationship. But still, Freud had an important effect on Wittgenstein. So J.T. Ayer says Wittgenstein's effect on his more articulate disciples has been that they tend to treat philosophy as a department of psychoanalysis. Or here, when in early 1939, Wittgenstein applied for the chair of philosophy at Cambridge, his old patron and friend, John Maynard Keynes, was on the board of electors who asked Wittgenstein to submit a manuscript. Of 140 pages, 72 were devoted to the idea that philosophy is like psychoanalysis. And we can see this in many later writings of Wittgenstein's kind of influence. So he has an ambivalent relation to Freud's work. So he says on the one hand, he at last is a psychologist who has something to say, but he also says that Freud was a man of colossal prejudice, a prejudice which is very likely to mislead people. And he also says that Freud has fanciful pseudo-explanations which just perform a disservice. And he also says, now any ass has these pictures, like psychoanalytic pictures, available to use in explaining symptoms of illness. And again, nevertheless, he considered himself a disciple of Freud and a follower of Freud. And he also quotes later on his own method. He's psychoanalytic. He says, our method resembles psychoanalysis in a certain sense. And I'm skipping some of these quotations for the reason of time, of course. And he also says much more clearly, what we do is much more akin to psychoanalysis than you might be aware of. And then these are the more famous quotes of the philosophical investigations, where it says, the work of the philosopher consists in sending reminders. The philosopher's treatment of a question is like the treatment of an illness, and so forth. And just loads and loads of quotes where you can find it, which are scattered in Wittgenstein's later work, where he talks about what philosophy as psychoanalysis might be like. And if you take all these together, I think that it really can become apparent on how closely Wittgenstein tries to model philosophy on psychoanalysis. So here I'm kind of this fourfold step process of psychoanalysis and philosophical theory. The problem, a diagnosis of the problem, there are certain ramifications to diagnosing and treating the problem, and then there's a treatment. And these are all very similar. So in psychoanalysis, you start with psychological suffering. Wittgenstein calls it in philosophy an intellectual disquietude or torment. In psychoanalysis, you have the diagnosis consists of analyzing elements of the unconscious, lost memories. Wittgenstein, it's trying to understand a certain kind of intellectual prejudice, dogma, or false analogies. And in analyzing, there are certain ramifications which Wittgenstein also sees in philosophy, not only in psychotherapy, which is therapy can only be successful as a product of the freedom of will of the one who gets therapy. You cannot be bullied into therapy, as Gordon Baker writes. And there's also a certain compulsion to hold on to these, on the one hand, unconscious pictures, and on the other hand, prejudices in philosophy. And there's also a kind of psychological resistance to receiving therapy, and in both areas, Wittgenstein says it also for philosophy. And doing therapy, psychoanalytic or philosophical, consists in overcoming the resistance. And the treatment then consists in making the unconscious conscious by overcoming this resistance. And for Wittgenstein, by making the unconscious conscious in a way that he calls assembling reminders in philosophy for why holding a certain prejudice or dogma is incorrect or is not helpful. And his main example, of course, is in the philosophical investigations, the rule-following issue, or the rule-following paradox, where he identifies the prejudice as being the idea that every rule needs to requires another rule to interpret it. but we've heard so much about rule following today that I'm not going to talk about it more. Now, further similarities, which are still important. So both require kind of provocation, I think. Freud's analysis has a kind of sexual provocation, whereas in my view, Wittgenstein works with a lot of ideological provocation in philosophy. The motives and the compulsion that force people into their suffering in both areas are not individual, but cultural, as Wittgenstein is also ready to admit in a few places. Lastly, the patient is not to blame for the kind of prejudices he or she holds, in the sense that they are simply a product of the environment having grown up with in unfortunate circumstances, so to speak. But there are also important differences, of course. So he also told Norman Malcolm, apparently, that psychoanalysis and philosophy are still different techniques, even though he thinks they're very close. And I think he doesn't say that much how they're different, but I think these are the key differences. First of all, in psychoanalytic therapy, the subject and object are always distinct. You have a patient and you have an analyst. And in philosophy, as Wittgenstein does it in the investigations, for example, with the different voices, one person can play both the role of the one who is receiving therapy and giving therapy, which in a way that is not possible in psychology. Secondly, Freud was also almost obsessed, you can say, or some of his critics say, with generalizations, trying to find general laws of the soul. And this is very much the opposite to the spirit of the later Wittgenstein, who throughout his whole later philosophy approach takes a piecemeal approach and is against the compulsion to seek generality in philosophy, which he writes, for example, in die vermischte Bemerkungen. And also, Wittgenstein, obviously, he speaks of reminders in philosophy, but he does not have something like a theory of the unconscious in the way that psychoanalysis has. He probably also doesn't need one or want one. Can you tell me how much time I have left?
You have more time.
I have more time?
Yes, you have 7-8 minutes.
Okay. Wow, okay. Faster than I expected. And I think it's important to note that none of this is present in something like the Tractatus, and it couldn't be present because Wittgenstein was not influenced yet by the psychology or psychoanalysis of his day when he wrote the Tractatus. And how could he have been influenced when he was on the front lines in the First World War? And if therapy is to be a method in philosophy, at least it seems to be new or novel to Wittgenstein compared to what he does in the Tractatus. I come to the end of what I wanted to say. I think there's ultimately two different versions of therapy in Wittgenstein, and the idea of a continuity thesis, or the idea of there only being one type of Wittgenstein, is doing a disservice and this glossing over these important differences. So first, I think there's important difference in scope. If Wittgenstein does something like therapy in the Tractatus, there's only one problem in philosophy, according to his view, that needs the solution and which then solves everything. And that is probably, according to one's interpretation, it's the problem of nonsense, or usually it has to be some kind of linguistic problem or linguistic confusion. On the other hand, in the later Wittgenstein, there are many problems, or there are many different confusions in philosophy that you have to approach piecemeal by looking at what bad, I guess, linguistic analogies are being used that create this kind of confusion. But there's no one approach in philosophy that can solve all confusions. Secondly, again, if there is something like therapy in the Tractatus, again, the subject and object seem to coincide. This is because, again, Wittgenstein presents us in the Tractatus a kind of guided meditation or self-meditation on the bounds of sense, if you will. And in reading the Tractatus, if you take the second to last sentence seriously, the latter sentence, then reading the Tractatus is a self-discovery of the subject. And the analyst himself, so to speak, if you want to speak like this, is the patient at the same time. And in his later view, the subject and the object can be the same as it is in the investigations, but there's no need for them to be the same. So one philosopher can offer a kind of therapy to another philosopher. And lastly, what's different is just the whole psychological apparatus. So all the kinds of different pieces of vocabulary and concepts that I try to list in the table, in the blue table above, all of this is eerily absent in the Tractatus. And what Wittgenstein has is only the language of confusion and nonsense and maybe dissolution in the Tractatus, but he does not talk about something like mental peace or disturbance or things that are not conscious to us, or the assembly of reminders in order to solve something. So in concluding these takeaways, so Wittgenstein's discovery, if you will, of Freud changes his view of philosophical practice as therapeutic. And I don't think it stays the same, and it's not merely further developed. And if there's something sort of therapeutic in the Tractatus, it's probably due to his reading and understanding of people like Kierkegaard. And if the Tractatus is therapeutic, it is more akin to a kind of transformative reenactment of thought through the form of the text. And in that sense, it's not simply that the method of the Tractatus was beefed up with psychoanalysis in the 30s. So there's, in my view, a strong discontinuity. And hence, I think it is more proper to speak of at least two types of therapy in Wittgenstein. But thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Thomas. We already have one question, but also I think that we will have extra time for an extra question as well. So please don't hesitate to ask. Here's the first question.
Yes. Thank you, Thomas, for a nice lecture. I was just wondering, can you relate this, what you're saying, the therapeutic philosophy that Eugen Fischer does, as he also says that his therapeutic philosophy is based on Wittgenstein's philosophy as therapy, and he sees it as a bedrock for his.
Can you say the name of the philosopher again?
Eugene Fischer from
Eugen Fischer. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes and no. It's been a while since I've read Fischer's work, although I have cited it. Are you referring to the paper in the volume on experimental philosophy, or which work are you referring to?
Yeah, that paper and his entire book on philosophy as therapy.
Oh yeah. So as I said, I'm only at the beginning. I know the paper, but I don't know the book. So can't really say yet anything. Can't really relate yet what I want to say to Fischer, but he's definitely on my list. Next time I'm giving the talk, I will say something about Fischer.
Yeah, yes, it should be very interesting because he also talks about dissolving false analogies and philosophical pictures that need dissolving, etc., etc. So not to bother.
Yeah, I mean this is also Wittgenstein's own language.
Yes. Yeah.
The talk of analogies, which I don't find very plausible, but which is why I didn't mention it so much, because I think what Wittgenstein does in his own therapeutic practice is much more than uncovering analogies. But yeah, thanks for the hint.
Okay, Thomas, we have one more question from our conference hall, but we also have one online question, 2 online questions. Well, we will see if we have enough time. I will start with our guest from the conference hall.
Hi, thank you for your talk. It was very nice, very clear. Even though you said you're still in the beginning, it was very nice. I'm interested. Maybe you quickly passed on that. I don't know. You at least mentioned that there is some discussion on if the method of his writings are in a way psychoanalytical, and I'm interested in that because, for example, some authors that read on comment on uncertainty. I think you are familiar with it. For example, Avram Stroh, he tries to defend that there is some psychoanalytical characteristics of his writing in that book, in that it kind of has no structure. It's just a bunch of ideas thrown into a paper, and almost as if he was at the same time the patient and the analyst. Do you have any opinions about this kind of discussion on his method of writing? Thank you.
Yeah, good suggestion. Could you say the name again of the scholar who has this interpretation?
Avram Stroh. He has a book on uncertainty of 1994.
Okay. So I haven't read it, but certainly what you said in the end. So you have this kind of I mean, one issue is always that Wittgenstein did, as far as I know, did not himself compile uncertainty, but it was compiled after he was dead. So it's a question whether he would have compiled it this way. But again, in uncertainty, you have the same kind of mood of someone speaking with himself and working himself out of a kind of confusion. And I think you're right that this kind of style of writing, or this mood of what Wittgenstein does, is even stronger in uncertainty. It is strong. I mean, it's also present, for example, in, I think, his sometimes in his remarks on the foundations of mathematics, but I think it's strongest probably in uncertainty, where he gets to a point where he begins to convince himself over time that certain preconception he has about knowledge seem to be incorrect. So yeah, is the book called Moore and Wittgenstein Uncertainty that you meant?
It is.
Okay, great. Yeah, thanks. So my answer is affirmative.
Okay, we have 2 online questions. I would like Sergio to ask first question. We have 2 more minutes, so try to keep it short, please.
I think Sergio was the first one who asked a question.
Okay, thank you, Thomas, for a very nice talk. I have a quick question. The other day I was reading Anthony Kenny and Haka, and one of them, I think it was Kenny, was claiming the following interpretation of the first and the second Wittgenstein on philosophy as therapy, right? He said that in Tractatus, there are metaphysical statements, but in the end, they turn out to be nonsensical. You cannot talk about them, the end of the Tractatus, right? You should be silent about them. On the other hand, in the second Wittgenstein, in the philosophical investigations and other works, metaphysics is treated as an illusion. So the therapy now should be done as a treatment of an illusion. So that would be one of the big difference between the therapy in the first Wittgenstein and the therapy of the second Wittgenstein. I would like to know what you think about this kind of interpretation. Thank you very much.
Can you say where Kenny writes that?
I can send you later if you want, but the idea is that
would be interested.
Yeah, the idea is that the metaphysics, there is a metaphysics, the tractatus, metaphysical statements, but you cannot talk about them. You should be silent. That's the end of the tractatus.
Yeah, sure.
In opposition, in the philosophical investigations, the second Wittgenstein, metaphysics is an illusion.
Yeah, no, I think I understood the question. So what I would say is that I think it's incorrect to say that the later Wittgenstein was mainly concerned with metaphysics as something that needs to be done away with in philosophy. I think so. While it's certainly true that the Vienna Circle Wittgenstein, so to speak, wants to get rid of metaphysics in a similar way that Carnap wanted, I think that he does not constrain the things in philosophy that need to be dissolved to just metaphysics. He thinks there's also, again, like the one main example would be the rule-following problem, where the conviction that needs to be dissolved is that any interpretation needs another interpretation. I don't think this is a metaphysical statement. It's a linguistic statement, if you will. But this is still in need of being therapized, so to speak. So I think that Kenny would be wrong to say that first, that metaphysics is the main target of the later Wittgenstein. It's one of the targets, I would say, even though not all metaphysics. And second, he does not speak that often, as far as I know, of illusions, the later Wittgenstein. So, and I think saying that the later Wittgenstein wants to dispel illusions is kind of doing a disservice, because I think that the later Wittgenstein takes very seriously the kind of intellectual suffering he himself has, and he thinks other philosophers have when they try to do bad philosophical theories. So, and I think it's wrong to say that Wittgenstein thinks these are only illusions. These are more than illusions. These are real issues people have, philosophers have. And they're not that you can, like an illusion, you can simply dispel by destroying the Fata Morgana, so to speak. And he thinks that philosophical problems are much harder to destroy.
Thank you, Thomas.
I will have one question, but please, if you could keep your question and answer in 1 minute or minute and a half, please.
Yes. I think Alexander was the next.
Yeah, I thought it's too late. I had an idea during your talk. I actually, thanks a lot. It was really inspiring. But so it's maybe too long to explain it. But the short version is maybe you should not talk about therapy for the first work, like the Tractatus. And then you, of course, your title is 2 versions, so you need that somehow. But because in the second, also in philosophical investigations, he actually talks about therapy and so on. And the first, like the early work, is certainly influenced by ideas of developing yourself and growing. But maybe therapy is or self-therapy is a too strong word for that self-development like background that certainly comes from William James and Tolstoy and so on. Anyway, I really enjoyed your talk and give me a lot of ideas, and yeah, maybe you can shortly reflect on.
No, I think you're basically saying what I was saying. So some people of the resolute reading, like Mary McGinn, and let me see again who it is. Mary McGinn, Hutto, people like this, they use the term therapy for something that goes on in the Tractatus. And I'm basically saying something that's similar to what you said. What if we call what's going on in the Tractatus therapy, it's not really therapy. You can call it like this, but it's certainly something entirely different from what he does later in his life. And the problem I have is that these people say there's a continuity between the Tractatus and the later therapy, and it's all about the solving problems. And I think this is just wrong or doing a disservice to Wittgenstein. So I'm on board with what you said.
Yeah, cool. Great.
Well, thank you very much, Thomas. This was a nice discussion. Unfortunately, I will have to interrupt you now because we have to continue with our program. So our next and last speaker is Will Birds from the University of Manchester, United Kingdom, with a topic, a hurdle for reductive dispositional accounts of meaning. Welcome. Do we need any assistance on the stage?
I should be good. Hi, everyone. Yeah, so hello, I'm Will. I'm going to be talking about yeah, so I'm yet another speaker who's going to be talking about rule following, specifically of a particular skeptical interpretation of Wittgenstein that we've heard about already, Wittgenstein, and whether a particular solution to that works. That particular solution says if someone is disposed to use a word in a certain way, then we can say that they mean what they do. But I don't think that works. So yeah, I'll get into that now. So this was the paradox that we've heard about, whether we could ever state any sort of condition as to when someone can be said to follow a rule. Kripke thinks this is the most radical skeptical problem we've seen to date. So yeah, let's see why. So he gives it kind of explication in the following form, for those of you who haven't seen it before. So he says, imagine a skeptic walks up to you in the street and asks, what's 57 plus 68? You answer 125. Now, up to this point, you've never added with numbers greater than 56 before, but you think the skeptic's use of the word plus means addition, so you should follow the rule for addition. The skeptic asks why, justify why you mean addition. So yeah, you think because you previously used it, when the word plus is in use, you should now be following the rule for addition too. But how do you know this? How do you know that before you follow the rule for addition? So in all my past uses, I've meant addition, so too there, so too here. The skeptic comes out with this challenge. He says, your past use of plus accords just as well with the rule for addition as for some other rule, which he calls quaddition. So the rule for quaddition says x plus y gives the same as x plus y, when both x and y are less than 57, but x plus y equals 5 otherwise. So in this sense, our language user, our adder, who's challenged by the skeptic, all of their previous uses of plus accord just as much with the rule for addition as they do for quaddition. And so the skeptic's really saying, why do you know that you should now follow quaddition? And the point really here is that based on the fact that your past use of a word is finite and can be given a sort of infinite number of arbitrary reformulations, you can't justify the fact that you're following a particular rule or that you mean a particular thing by reference to your past use alone. So he says, basically, if you can't justify the fact that you mean a word by reference to your past usage of it alone, what can we justify it with? Given the fact that we do seem to, be uttering meaningful things with our words. So yeah, this is a more formal version. So you can't justify it by appealing to your past use. And if you can't justify it by appealing to any other means, which we'll come to in a sec, then there's no fact of the matter as to what you mean, as to whether you're following a particular rule. Alas. So we've got various solutions to this. We've got past usage, which we've been through, some mental item. So perhaps an image of green guides your use of the word green. Wittgenstein himself rallies against this because the image of green could always be reinterpreted itself. It's not clear as to how that might guide you. Got a non-reductionist option, which says we can't, essentially, meaning is its own unique state. We can't give it any further analysis or any further set of conditions. We just need to keep it as it is, a sort of quieter option, perhaps. And then what we'll be looking at is dispositionalism, which says when and only when someone is disposed to use a word in a certain way, we can say that they mean something. So in our addition scenario, if someone's disposed to give the sum in response to a plus query, so to say 125, then they mean addition. Likewise, if they're disposed to apply the word green to all and only instances of green, then we can say that that's what they mean. And I think it's been quite a popular option. It also gives potential grounds for giving a kind of naturalistic kind of meaning, because you can describe someone's dispositions, describe the dispositions in a way which doesn't assume anything about the notion of meaning itself, but sort of giving the reductive explanation. And I think the key point here is that expressions get their meaning from, as Ginsberg puts it, law-like correlations with extra-linguistic circumstances. Say, when there's a person here, they're disposed to use the word green, there's something green in their environment, given this kind of correlation and a set of other facts about other kinds of correlations, we can draw inferences as to what people mean. So that's the general gist of it. This has encountered some, many problems really, but the first one proposed by Kripke himself was that three problems. Problem of finitude, that one's dispositions themselves finite, so they can be reinterpreted. I'll skim through these because I think there's a deeper issue here, but and this has already received a lot of attention in the literature. There's a problem of error, so you might be disposed to respond to a plus query with the wrong sum, basically, and that gives you all sorts of issues as to given the conditions of when someone's disposition justifies a particular meaning attribution. And then, as we heard about earlier, the normativity of meaning, which says that Kripke basically says a dispositional account can tell you a descriptive fact about when someone uses a word, but it can't tell you about the sense in which they ought to use the word. Alas. This is why I mentioned the criticisms. We get to the theory that we'll be challenging. To counter these criticisms, dispositionalists said that only under ideal circumstances when these ideal circumstances hold, a person means a certain thing, they are disposed to apply the word correctly. So if they're disposed to apply the word green to instances of green when they're not interfered with in some sort of malicious way or in some sort of way which would hinder them from applying green correctly, then they mean green. And the motivation for these ideal circumstances is that ordinarily you would give something sort of disposition of property, even though it might not manifest that in every circumstance. So we might say a glass has the sort of disposition of property of being brittle. You know, if you sent it on a spacecraft to the next solar system, it might disintegrate before. I don't know. You'd say it has the disposition of property of brittleness. If someone were to smash it on a rock in some far-off solar system, it would break, even though that's a situation which could never theoretically hold for a glass which could never reach this planet, which would disintegrate. Anyway, that's our theory. We've got dispositionalism, so you mean what you do if you're disposed to apply X, green, whatever it may be, to all and only instances of X under ideal circumstances. And so I think this theory has a problem. I think it comes in the fact that theory claims to explain meaning in non-intentional, non-semantic terms. So it provides a set of facts which don't have anything to do with meaning overtly, but claims that when these facts hold, when these circumstances hold, when someone is disposed to use a word in a particular way, that we can justifiably say that they mean what they do. But I don't think these facts that the dispositionalist cites can distinguish between an ostensive and a non-ostensive use of a predicate. So if an ostensive use is where you use a word to describe something in your present environment, so if I use the word brown to describe the sort of brown lectern, or green to describe the plant present with me here, that's ostensive. But a non-ostensive use of the word might be to describe something that some instance of brownness which isn't in the room. And I don't think a dispositional account can say can distinguish between ostensive and non-ostensive uses, and therefore I don't think it can say when a person is following a rule, because it cannot describe the sort of conditions of correctness for the use of the terms such as green or brown. So what are the facts available to the dispositionalist? The facts about when someone utters a word and when they would utter a word, and the kind of extra linguistic circumstances in which they're found. So my disposition to utter the word brown, and perhaps is our first fact, our first kind of fact, and the second fact is that I'm standing next to a brown table, and it's the kind of two facts working in conjunction that justify the claim that I mean brown and the brown. But I don't think those two facts could tell between, they can't distinguish between whether my particular use of brown is about this table or about some other table, basically. I don't think the fact that, whenever I use the word brown or green or some other predicate, it could be about some instance which is present here now, or some other instance, and a fact which can only tell you about, a theory, the disposition theory, which only says, describes the person's dispositions to the use of a word and their present environment, I don't think that can tell you when a particular use of a predicate is about said environment, or when a particular use of a predicate is about something not in the environment. So can't tell if my use of green is about something green in this environment, or about some use of green, some instance of green, of a separate environment. Then I don't think you can draw these correlations between dispositions to the use of the word and the extra linguistic circumstance. Can't draw a law-like correspondence between the use of the word and one's surrounding environment. And in that sense, I think the dispositional attempt to reduce meaning to correlations between sort of our utterances and our extra linguistic scenarios, our surroundings, I don't think that works. So essentially, very frankly, but yeah, that's the key point, that if we have a language uses dispositions characterized without reference to semantic fact or to intentional facts, so some facts about their mental awareness, and facts about the environment in which they're found, you can't distinguish between, with those facts, you can't distinguish between an ostensive or a non-ostensive use. You can't tell whether when I'm saying green here, whether it's about some green present or not present with those set of facts, and therefore I don't think you can draw up the set of rules for the use of that term. And if you can't do that, really, I don't give out sort of conditions to let someone use the rules of use of the word green. So Kripke's Wittgenstein is a skeptical problem. You can't say give some set of truth conditions which, when they hold, we can say that this person means what they do. I don't think you can do that if your theory can't decide between when a particular use of a predicate is about the current environment or when about something which isn't in their current environment. And I think that's a key flaw in the dispositional theory, which they either need to overcome or perhaps more strongly cannot overcome given the available facts. So yeah, thank you for listening.
Thank you, Will. Do we have any questions? Online questions, perhaps? We have one question. All right. Feel free to ask.
Hello. Thank you for your talk. I have a question. I have worked a bit on this debate on dispositionalism, and there are some alternatives in the recent literature that they have tried to develop this dispositionalist account in order to give an account of the problem of error. So I have in mind here people like Ruth Millikan. Millikan has developed a dispositionalist account of meaning based on teleological theories of mental content. So I would like to know if you are working on this kind of issue, or if you are working on other more developed dispositionalist accounts of meaning. Thank you.
Sorry, repeat the last section of that question. Was it which part of which kind of dispositionalism I'm working?
Oh, okay. Millikan, do you know her work? She has a very famous paper on Wittgenstein, in which she develops this dispositionalist account of meaning based on her teleological theories based on teleological theories of mental content, so-called telesemantics. And there are other people as well. You can develop people like Alex Miller developed a new dispositionalist account based on causal theories of content, of mental content. So my question was whether if you work on this kind of issue in theories, if you work on other dispositionalist accounts of meaning, the more contemporary ones after the publication of Wittgenstein's book. Thank you.
Thanks. I'm not familiar with the theosemantics that you just talked about. I did my dissertation on Ruth Ginsburg's kind of mixture of primitive normativity but I suppose it was a critique aimed at reductive dispositional accounts, which say, well, to reduce phenomenon to facts about dispositions generally and sort of non-intentionally to be construed. So yeah, it's a critique of those reductive accounts more generally. But I need to look into the views. Would you say they're reductive theories or?
Did you ask a question? The sound is terrible here.
I was just asking, saying I don't know the theosemantics, but are they reductive theories as well?
Yes, they are. They try to reduce mental and linguistic content in terms of the notion of biological function, and it is a kind of dispositionalism. But okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Will. This was the last talk in this session, and this was our last session today. Now we will continue with the promotion of new Croatian translation of Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus. The promotion will be held in Croatian and English language, so please stay with us. We will just wait a minute or two for our colleagues from other conference room to join us here in the main room. Thank you. Na promociju novoga hrvatskog prijevoda dijela Ludwiga Wittgensteina Tractatus Logico Philosophicus. Ovaj je prijevod objavljen povodom 100. obljetnice prvoga izdanja Traktatusa, a nastao je u suradnji Filozofskog fakulteta u Zagrebu i Fakulteta filozofije i religijskih znanosti kao projekt studenata na odsjeku za filozofiju Filozofskog fakulteta u Zagrebu koji je vodila docentica Skelac. Zamolila bih docenticu Skelac da nam ukratko predstavi kako je tekla izrada prijevoda.
Hvala. I would just say a few sentences in English so you can get some information about how this translation was created. And then I will also talk a little bit in Croatian because I want to mention some differences between the old translation and this new one. As Maya said, this new translation was a student project and this translation was created last academic year on the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences at the University of Zagreb. It was a part of student project at the course called Seminar Logic, and the topic last year was Wittgenstein's Tractatus. So I had two ideas. One was to discuss some paragraphs, some propositions of Tractatus, and the other one was to make a whole new translation, and students were interested in that other possibilities, so we decided to create a new translation. So there were about 25 students, and some of them are students of philosophy and German language, some of them just of philosophy, and some of them of philosophy and some other discipline. And we had two students of Croatian language. So, we decided to divide students into 5 groups, and each group was responsible for one part of Tractatus to translate from German or from English to Croatian. So we used German original, and we also used 2 English translations, but the focus was on Bogdan's translation because, as you know, that this translation was something that Ludwig Wittgenstein himself edited. So students who are not familiar with German language use this English translation. And after this whole process was finished, 3 students of German language and philosophy, they checked the whole translation and they edited this. After that, 2 students of Croatian language proofread whole translation, and the final part was when Professor Jandrić and me, we read the whole translation again, and then we also edited this once more. And one colleague, her name is Ludwig, who is a professor of Croatian language and philosophy, she proofread the whole translation once again. So this was the whole process. And I'm very thankful to students of Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences because this was very, very hard work, and there is a lot of things to do when you are trying to translate any book, but I would say Tractatus especially. So I think that they did a great job, and thank you once more for this. Now I will switch to Croatian because I want just to mention some things about this new translation. Kad smo odlučili raditi, nismo se zapravo vodili starim prijevodom koji postoji na hrvatskome, nego smo, kako sam rekla, koristili prije svega njemački original i 2 engleska prijevoda, ali prvenstveno Ognjenov, ali ono što smo nekako ipak napravili je neka distinkcija u odnosu na stari prijevod terminološki gledano. Dakle, ono što bih sad, ne bih duljila o tome, kolega Penava će još malo reći o nekim stvarima, ali samo bih 2 stvari zapravo napomenula koje su različite u prijevodu u odnosu na stari prijevod. Znači, radi se o tome da smo za izraz zac koji je u starom prijevodu profesora Petrovića preveden kao stav, mi smo ga preveli kao sud, To je bila dosta velika diskusija o tome da li sud ili iskaz ili čak tvrdnja, ali čuli smo se sud zato što nekako da bude u skladu sa logičkom terminologijom koju u Hrvatskom sada razvijamo i koja je učenicima, tako da nekako nam se čini kao možda najbolje rješenje od mogućih termina koje se mogu ucati. Druga stvar koju bi samo istaknula je vezano za jednu potencijalnu terminološku zbrku kod Wittgensteina, to su naravno Gegenstand, Sache i Ding, koje smo, mi smo se zapravo za Wittgenstein dosta zanimljivi da li prevesti kao predmet ili kao objekt. Odlučili smo se kao objekt zato što smatramo da je općenito zbog statusa tih objekata u traktatusu koji je vrlo i nejasan i upitan da bi taj izraz možda bolje odgovarao jer ne sugerira nekakvo fizičko postojanje. Zadržali smo onda dakle i predmet kao tu istoznačnicu koja se puno rijeđe pojavljuje i isto stvar, tako da nekako da zapravo pokažemo da se sve troje može onda koristiti od prilike istoznačno kao što to radi Wittgenstein, ne u potpunosti, ali nekako da sačuvamo zapravo te tri onda riječi, tako da imamo objekt, imamo predmet, imamo stvar. Evo ja više ne bih duljila o samom prijevodu, imat ćete prilike dakle vidjeti u samoj knjizi. Još jednom samo zahvalila studentima Filozofskog fakulteta na velikom angažmanu koji su ovdje napravili, pogotovo kolegice su isto ovdje prisutne, Brigita i Franka koje su mi reducirale taj prijevod, tako da hvala još jednom i drago mi da smo ovaj projekt ipak na kraju uspješno završili. Hvala.
Zahvaljujem docentici Skrelac. Svakako se radi o vrijednom iskustvu za studente, a nadam se da će ovaj projekt poslužiti i kao ideja za brojne druge studentske projekte, ali i međufakultetske suradnje. Sada bih pozvala doktora Matu Penavu sa Sveučilišta u Zadru da nam ukratko predstavi sam prijevod. Izvolite.
Pozdrav svima. Greeting to everybody. Moj odnos sa ovom knjigom je jako specifičan. Naime, kad sam bio student 3. godine, slučajno sam negdje u antikvarijatu naletio na ovaj stari Petrovićev prijevod i kupio ga, jer sam već tada bio jako zaintrigiran za Wittgensteina. I onda sam ga u studentskom domu u sobi držao kraj jastuka. Tako da je kolega Cimer, koji isto bio student filozofije, govorio, budući da je ona mala crna knjižica, znate, fin je taj molitvenik. Dakle, inače, kad god me neko pita koja mi je najdraža knjiga, uvijek ću reći Traktatus i drago mi je što je napravljen novi prijevod za hrvatske prvenstveno studente, a onda i istraživače koji je ispravio masu onih nepravilnosti koje su nastale, pa možda čak i nekako neobjašnjivo. Objašnjivo da je primjer, ili teško objašnjivo da je Kajo Petrović, koji nije baš ne poznavao filozofiju, se odlučio za stav umjesto sud, iskaz, tvrdnja, propozicija, što god, jer stav bila, kako ja to gledam, potpuno psihološka kategorija, attitude, a to je ne znam, ili nebriga, ili nerazumijevanje, ili nešto treće. A pogotovo je žalosno što je se općenito na prijevod, prvi prijevod ove knjige čekalo 60 godina. 60 godina se čekalo na prijevod knjige od 50-60 stranica. A ovaj novi prijevod, drago mi je što je ispravio i tu pogrešku, koja nije baš malna, i evo druge pogreške koje je kolegica naglasila, i dakle, drago mi je zbog te dosljednosti Pogotovo mi je drago, dakle, jer imamo, dakle, na hrvatskom nešto što se sad možemo reći da je u toku, da nije zastarjelo, da nije nešto što baš nerado spominjemo i tako. Dakle, kad imate jedan prijevod, imate osuđene ste na njega. Dakle, koliko god to loš bio. Ja se sjećam jednog prijevoda Heideggerovog poznatog članka što je metafizika, gdje je pojam tu bitak preveden kao pitolački opstanak. Ja nisam mogao doći u sebi zašto, kako je taj netko to uspio iskonstruirati. Dakle, imate ta zajedno bitak, čak u svakom zlu, ali bez potrebnih digresija, jednostavno kupite i pročitajte.
Zahvaljujem doktoru Penavi. Cijenjene dame i gospodo, ovime bismo završili službeni dio prvoga dana konferencije. Pozivam vas da razgovor o prijevodu nastavimo uz piće u holu fakulteta, gdje je moguće i kupiti novi prijevod po cijeni od 60 kuna. Hvala i vidimo se sutra u 9:30. Also, I would like to thank all our online guests for their time and participation. See you tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Thank you.